Howdy, howdy, it's your old pal, Tiki the Hut. Thanks for joining me again on another Too Late Tonight with Tiki. And it is too late tonight. And I am Tiki. So, speaking of keeping the alliteration of T's rolling, tonight will mostly be troubling with some terrain, it looks like. So these are some craters that I've had kind of primed that I need to work on a little bit. But we're also going to be kitbashing some terrain. I really want to get some ready for a demo game. I'm hoping to do it on Tuesday. I forgot the cultural importance of Tuesday, but hopefully the store is still open. That's all I'll say about that. So I need to make some more tank traps. I'm hoping to make some fencing. So I was working on a prototype in between work and the stream, so I want to show you guys. So I'm literally just using, let me rattle my bases. So the first piece of terrain, I'm literally just using coffee stirs, like coffee stir sticks, right? And just some regular Citadel size, what is it, like 25mm raised bases. So let me show you how the first prototype turned out. But it's too tall. So this is literally just with scissors, super glue, stir sticks, and bases. Decent fence, just a little too big. For example, sizing's off. So the concept is valid, just gotta work on the scaling. So now that you see kind of what they look like, I'm gonna break this one back down. I can. I think I can at least scavenge the bases. It's fine to have like 1,000 of those stir sticks. They came like 1,000 in a box for like, I think $5 US. So pretty good for kit bashing. Not super worried. I'll be able to use that big ass fence piece like a bridge or something later. Also, in the background, I'm priming and working on our nuns. So I showed those at the end of last stream. What we use these nuns for here is we actually like to use them as our spies. So for my demo games, my 500-point demo matches, I like to do it, yeah, all I have right here is just a little IJA guy. So I like to do it with 3 spies. So I imagine there's 3 nuns. So each side starts with 500 point army. You show up, you get intel that you're supposed to, meet up with a spy in the village. One side is supposed to meet up with a spy in the village, the other side is supposed to capture a spy in the village. But that's all you hear, and you hear that that spy is posing as a nun. So when you get to what's left of the village, there's actually going to be 3 separate nuns equally spread out in 3 separate places. There's a number written on the bottom of them. I let the store manager pick the number and don't tell me, So only they know who the real spy is. It's like what's fun is you still have the rules, you still have the 500 points. It's still a learning game, but it also introduces the overall tactics. Instead of just forming a gun line and blasting each other off the board like it's Manassas. Instead, you're sitting there figuring out like, okay, do I play it safe, just try and grab one spy that they're not going for and try and make it off the board, or do I play it risky and try and capture 2 spies? That basically almost, that gives me a 2/3 chance of trying to get the actual right spy. Like, those are pretty good odds. Or do I go full combat and just try and destroy all my enemy's pieces? At least they're, infantry pieces, so that way I can capture all the nuns and make it off the board and 100% get it. So it's all about kind of how you want to play it. It forces you to make that decision, which I kind of like. Additionally, I have a bigger set piece of terrain that I'm working on. I like big terrain set pieces, kind of. So what I need for that one is I need a bunch of Czech hedgehog anti-tank traps. So I also kit bash. Basically, I say kit bash. I need to change the title. I trash bash my Czech hedgehog. So I make them out of the sprue that your models come in. They're not the best looking. Again, they're just Czech hedgehogs. So they're not the best looking, but that's the whole point of the Czech hedgehog. They were just scrap metal, kind of welded, thrown out there. So, with that being said, like I said, we're going to be working on a lot of things simultaneously. We're going to be kind of working on some of these craters. We're going to be working on our nuns. And we're going to be trash bashing some Czech hedgehogs and maybe building some of these fences. So I think instead of like a 3-strand fence, I think that's just a little too tall, a little too big for these 28mm miniatures. So I think what I'm going to go is I'm actually going to do a 2-strand fence. So it'll have a top strand and a bottom strand. I think that'll be good. Because that seems almost like the bare essential to try and keep like some cattle out. I don't know how familiar everybody in the stream is with ranching, but 3 is generally better. It keeps them getting like their head stuck. Alright, so as you can tell, I drastically kind of cut that down. Also, stir sticks, another piece of terrain if you guys really want. You guys are going to love this. I'm coming up with an idea in my head right now. Oh, I think you guys are going to love it. So I'm going to use something like this, almost like if you've ever seen Ed, Edd n Eddy, it's kind of like plank glued to a base. So I'm going to use that. I'm going to paint it like try to do an international sign for minefield. Then when you get a big old circular piece of terrain, I'm just going to glue like little bits kind of down in the mud to kind of make it look like mines, maybe put like a dead body in there. and like a little explosion area, maybe like one of these small craters or something like that. I think that might be cool for a minefield. I'll let you guys let me know what you think about that. All right, so like I said, right now we're just kind of working on our first fence, trying to get the fence height just right, just the way I want it. We'll move our finished crane crater kind of out of the way a little bit. Push our fence in so you guys can see what I'm working on. So again, this nothing too crazy. We're just using stir sticks, some extra bases, and some super glue. Trying to come up with some fencing. There we go, we got our two planks. I don't think they're exactly equal height, but you know, it's alright. Worst case, once we kind of glue these things on, I can always kind of just snip off the little bit extra. So yeah, I think we're gonna make, you know, maybe a couple of these, and then boom, you have a little bit of improvised fencing. You know, if you've ever seen a bolt action or Comic 47 board, you know they're very, very terrain intensive, very different from what you see for your bog standard Warhammer 40k board. Nothing against Warhammer 40k, it's just bolt action uses its terrain. Comic 47 uses its terrain much, much more. Check on our nuns, see if they're dry yet. Alright, our nurses are still drying, but let's see if we can get this fence going. I wish I could give credit. I forgot where I saw this idea to build fences like this. I think it was another, maybe a bolt action video. I'm not entirely certain. I feel bad that I can't give 100% credit. But what I can say is it's not. Oh, I dropped this. It's not my original idea. Alright, so it's very, very delicate, but we're getting it working. Trying to get the glue going. It's kind of more the stream. We're just kind of cleaning up and neatening up on some of our train ideas. I've built a lot of models. I'm waiting to paint some until the next painting competition, which should be coming up here relatively soon. It'll be Kriegsmist for the Morning Glory channel. Until then, I'm actually going to try and catch up on some of my terrain. I like being able to show up to a local friendly game store with my own terrain. That way I'm not taking away from anyone else's experience. You know, I'm not taking, like... There's a lot of times you have terrain for the games you run, and in my area that's 40k, so... There's only so much 40k that really works for bolt action. And Conflict 47. Alright, so we will let the glue, that fence is pretty delicate, so I said I'm not sure how stable of an idea this is. Like I said, but it's definitely worth a shot. So, we'll let that dry and see how well that works out. In the meantime, let me check on these nuns, try and get these nuns ready. Alright, now they're still dry, but let me go ahead and get some brown paint going, and we will work on some more of these craters. We'll finish that primed but unpainted crater, touch up some of these other ones, and then we'll basically kind of black out the middle, kind of like it's been an explosion, kind of burnt a little bit. We'll put some mud on the sides, we'll put some dead grass. Alright, I had to get out the right brush. Sorry about that. Alright, so here is the fencing. Like I said, it's super delicate. I think I actually got it the right size this time. Here's a standard Japanese rifleman on one side, and a power armor on the other. Yeah, I think that's about the right size. Like I said, it's just super delicate, so let's see how, give it a little bit of time to cure, see how well it works. So for my terrain painting, I often just use much more approachable paints. I don't use my more expensive Citadel paints. I generally just go for like apple barrel stuff. This is just apple barrel chocolate bar. One thing I do recommend, it may seem like it, but I'm not just doing it because it's a stream. But if you do have some finished models and you're not gonna like be throwing paint around willy-nilly, I recommend you kind of setting out some of your finished models when you're working on terrain. Because what it does, it kind of adds, it shows you the scale, it keeps the scale in mind, but it also kind of shows you how it's looking with the models that you have painted. I said, one of these, I think I'm definitely going to borrow to put in a larger minefield piece of terrain. I think minefields are great for bolt action and Conflict 4.7. There are rules for minefields, but you don't have to run them that way. You can literally just say like, hey, this is a very well labeled minefield and well known to both sides, and so therefore it becomes a passable terrain. Because I have some leftover zombie bits from my Mantic King of War box, and they're all laying down, which is why I didn't use them. So I think it'll be perfect for like some dead, blown up bodies for a mine explosion. once we finish this first coat, we'll take a look at our nuns, see how they're looking, if they're dry. Probably won't be, they'll probably need a couple more, probably need another pass with spray primer. And then we'll probably do another coat on these. Maybe build another fence if we can. 1 or 2 more fences, then probably work on some check hedgehogs, and probably bust out the nuns, get them painted. Alright, yeah, with some, these are 3D printed, so there's some spots where, like, the resin kind of came back through, or it got a little bit lighter, so I just want to kind of cover this back up. Alright. Yeah, listen to his name, it definitely does look like a melted chocolate bar. It's not wrong. I feel like the scale on that's still off. I feel like that's almost too long. I don't know. I'm just trying to decide how I think about this fence before I continue on. Maybe just right length. What I'm doing now is I'm taking additional coffee stirrers and I'm measuring them up against what I have and making templates. So I know exactly how where to cut these. Well, so funny thing, I just had my alarm go off, which means I took a look at the clock and I realized I am streaming like 30 minutes early. And I have been streaming, so I guess I started an hour early. Totally my bad. For those of you who don't know, I work remote, and so sometimes I work in different areas that have different time codes. Or time zones, sorry. So I try and maintain Zulu as much as I can in my head, but a lot of times I have to like swap around my hobby area. It can be my work area too, so some of the clocks are kind of different. That's fine. I need the additional hobby time to get the stuff started, you know? So what you guys can kind of see is I have these things marked, and I even have them marked a little T for template. So the small ones will be our templates for the pole, for the actual pole, and these will be ours for the length. And let me get some pieces cut. So the only reason why it goes muted is because I'm over here like kind of slamming some things around. Like I said, building terrain's a little bit louder than building models. You know, and it's kind of like right here by the mic, so every now and then it goes quiet like that. I'm still here. You know, I'm just kind of cutting out the material, the warm material we need for our next piece of fence. You know, the highly tactical structure that is often overlooked in battlefield engagements, the noble fence. Alright, so we used our 2 template pieces and we cut ourselves out 2 posts and 2 links. Again, they're not exactly perfect fit, but you know, for battlefield terrain it kind of works. So let's get our posts glued to their bases. I just try and put them in the center as best I can. There's one post, and we'll get the other post glued. We'll let that cure for a while, and then we'll put our actual horizontal pieces in, and then we'll let that sit for a while. I said, hopefully, I say if you do, off the top of my head, obviously do at least 4 of these, you know, you can at least kind of rope off somewhat of like some vegetation or some stuff like that, you know, or you can build like 6, 8 of them and kind of use them however you see fit, like a long fence around a forest, or maybe around like a little village or a hamlet or something like that. For a reason, it's just like anti-gravity, that super glue bottle. Every time I just set it down on my desk, it'll just topple slightly and then just bounce and fly, and I have no idea why. Alright, so we have our 2 posts on their bases and glue. We'll let those sit for a while, then we'll put in our 2 horizontal pieces. We got our crater drawing, so that's one thing I do recommend. When you're working on terrain like this, especially with different paint, if you can, if you have the hobby room for it, and like the, I guess like the memory for it, try and keep multiple projects kind of going that way. As one's drawing, you can kind of work on another one. You get a lot of max use out of your hobby time. With that being said, let me check on our nuns, see how they're looking. Alright, nuns are almost ready. One of them sitting on a base as part of the model, so that base is actually kind of a pain. So that should be the last coat for that, and then the nuns should be good. We'll bring them up, we'll get them painted. Again, they're just black and white. So, famous last words, right? I don't imagine that model being too difficult to paint, but, you know, again, famous last words. Alright, there we go. Looks like this method of building terrain is working. Wish I could give better credit, but I don't know what channel I saw this from. I think they had to be European, possibly British, Bolt Action channel. I know that that does not narrow it down. Fair point. But it's highly effective. I think. Like I said, it doesn't 100% look the best. We still have to paint it. So we'll likely paint the, for my board image, we're likely going to paint these green. I'll likely just spray primer the thing. Once I have enough fences ready, I'll likely just spray primer them. I'll paint this bottom part green, and I'll just paint the wooden part wood. Right, nothing too crazy. Sorry, I just realized I was muted. um, so yeah, as you can tell, these fences they're not the best, not the best thing in the world. Like I said, I don't think they're too bad. I don't think there's a golden demon for terrain, but like I said, it's enough to get the job done. It's effective for your tabletop, depending on what it is. Like I said, I don't imagine these being used much in Warhammer 40k. Like a Space Marine, you just smash right the hell through them. You know, Tyrannid's just gonna vault over it and stab you in the face. Eat your face, more accurate. But the key is to get the sizing right. So you saw the first one I built, it looked cool like a fence, but it was way too big for my models. So the key is to get the proportion. That's why I said I always like having a painted mini out with my terrain. See how the scale of my terrain looks. So once you get your template pieces built, once you figure out exactly the height you need, exactly the width you need, go ahead and mark those wooden pieces off and put a little T on them so you don't use them by accident. You know, and you'll know that these are your template pieces, and then here's a traditional, or I guess how they come, in a long stir stick. Like I said, I got these on the internet for a very low price for an astronomical amount. Like I think there's like hundreds of them in the box. So, you know, you can literally get a horizontal piece and a vertical post out of just one stir stick. So there's not a lot of unused bits. And if there are unused bits, you can use them for more terrain stuff. Like I said, I plan on putting a little post up for a minefield, or like I said, you can just recycle it because it's just made out of wood, so it's not a big deal. All right, looks like our crater is still drying, so let's see if we can build one more fence. So the most expensive part of this fence is the bases, which you can also get a little bit cheaper if you 3D print them or get them as like MDF bases. Yeah, I just happen to have a bunch of these plastic ones. This is what I'm using for right now. I'm probably just going to build maybe about like 4 or 6 of these fence pieces and just kind of use that as I go. Alright, so we can get these guys built. Alright, just like that, we have our 4 pieces of wood again to go ahead and build our 3rd fence. By the time we get the 3rd fence done, our craters should be drying from the touch-up paint. I still got to give, I think, the 2nd crater probably a 2nd coat. Maybe, I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, probably going to give all of these a 2nd coat, since we have another project we can work on. Again, another tip, like I said earlier in the stream, for you guys joining now. When you're working on this, when you have like trash bashing terrain, painting some other terrain, and I got some models as well that I've like been priming. I have the door open, it's a nice day here. So I like having like 3 things going, so as one's drying, I can kind of move on to the other one. So I can trash bash while I wait for my big old like craft store paint to dry on these terrain pieces. You don't have to do that. To be fair, you will burn out faster. Like if you're like going, you will burn out. But if you only have so much hobby time per week, and you really want to get some stuff done to kind of get that motivation going, it's not a bad way to do it. All right, so yeah, we literally just built these 2 fences right on stream here. We're working on our 3rd one right now, letting the paint on some of our craters dry before we give them a nice 2nd coat. And we got some nuns drying. We gotta paint some nuns too. So let's give these wooden posts a little bit of time to kind of cure a little bit. I can straighten them up a little. So the fun thing is, this is not exactly a precise measure, which I actually kind of like, because what that does, it kind of gives it a very, like, you know, as you can tell, like, this post is bigger than this post and some stuff like that. It kind of gives it more of a real, kind of put up by the peasantry, as it were, kind of feel to your battlefield. Like I said, I'm a huge proponent. If you guys have not yet played a game of bolt action, like I said, I know I do a lot of back-end streaming. I'll cover that in a second. But the point I'm trying to make is, for those of you who haven't played bolt action yet or Combat 47, the terrain is honestly probably the most important part of the game, to be fair. And what I mean by that is it's not laid out like a laser tag arena. You know, that's exactly what it is. Modern day 40K boards look like laser tag arenas from the 90s. It's exactly what they look like. They're built to be fair, which if you're running a laser tag place, it makes sense. Or if you're running a tournament, it makes sense to have very quote unquote fair terrain. You know, L-shaped and 7-shaped ruins. You know, sight lines blocked. Everyone has the same thing on either side. It's a mirror reverse. You know, almost again like speaking of laser tag, like if you ever played paintball, you know, if you ever played speedball, it's exactly like a speedball thing. Everything is mirrored and perfectly fair, right? Versus if you come over here, bolt action and Combat 47 is a lot more like woods ball. What I mean by that is you'll actually have like mock-up towns and stuff like that. It's not as quote unquote fair, but it adds more realism, a little bit more immersion. So when you're playing bolt action and Combat 47, you want as realistic terrain as possible. If you're playing in a fictional South Pacific island with villages, stuff like that, put out a lot of trees, put out a lot of rivers, you know, make the rivers actually count as part of the terrain. Don't be like, okay, yeah, you can cross them. No, sometimes you may have to find a boat or bring amphibious stuff, or fight for the bridges, put in a couple different bridges like choke points. And don't put them equidistant on both sides. No, screw that. Put whatever would make sense for the village. Put a wide spread out village. Put a lot of farmland. A lot of times I see villages with like no crops. I'm like, how is a village in the middle of the jungle surviving with no crops? Are they cannibals? Like even cannibals need vegetables. So, make sure you put out your terrain. If you're doing a French village town, put out a lot of it. Whatever you're doing, make a good, huge board. The board should honestly be probably one of the stars of the show besides your own painted models and your own tactics. The terrain really needs to be in there. And it does need to be mirrored and fair. So that being said, these little fences that you can build, I'm showing you guys how to build these for pennies on the dollar and a couple minutes time. You put out a whole bunch of these, and what you're doing is you're actually able to block a lot of the board off from infantry advances, where your infantry can still move up, and they can hop over this fence. Like, this fence ain't slowing anyone, like, it's not stopping anybody, but it'll slow them down. They'll come across the fence, maybe the fence gives them, like, light cover, if you want that, and then they have to, like, kind of hop over the fence. Tanks can just drive right through, and it gives you the ability. You can have a tank, and that's why I kind of like the size of these. A tank can drive right through one of these fences, and I can just pick up one of these fences and be like, yeah, I drove through and destroyed the fence. And it kind of gives a breach for infantry to follow. So it allows for a much more dynamic and effective game. So a way to think about it, when you add more, like, useful, not even scattered terrain, but when you add in more light terrain like this, almost dynamic terrain, it kind of makes your bolt action and Comic 47 games feel like a good action movie with special effects versus like a melodrama with CGI. If that makes sense. Like, imagine earlier action 90 movies versus like modern day overproduced Marvel TV shows with terrible CGI. Hopefully that's not too controversial. You never know, it's the internet. You say something like that and people lash out. But if you disagree, feel free to say something in the chat. Like I said, I can see the chat too. So if you guys have anything you want to say, any advice, critique, anything like that, man, drop down in the chat. Let me know. This stream is always, it's for me to catch up on my models that I new to, but it's also for you guys to kind of hang out and chat and relax. If you're up this late Saturday night or early Sunday morning, depending where it is for you. Alright, did it actually messed up my post? I gotta give that one a little bit more time. I give that time to kind of set in again. But it looks like our crater's almost dry, so it's ready for its second coat. So let me get to painting our craters. Give all of our craters a second coating of this brown paint. when I do these craters, I kind of like to do them brown, and I like to do a little bit of black on the inside from like where the mortar and direct fire round kind of hit and kind of scorch some stuff. Hey, Evolution, what's going on, buddy? Yeah, I got my time zones mixed up, and I started an hour early, but it's fine because I had a lot of modeling stuff to do. So tonight we're working on the nuns. We're gonna get the nuns painted, and we're also working on some terrain. So I've been trash bashing some fences and these craters. Oh, I'm so jealous, man. I left 40K back in 7th, and I really wanted to come back. And I think it was 8th or 9th. I think it was 9th. I tried to do a comeback in 9th because I really wanted to do some Crusade games. I wanted to do Gene Stealer Cult. I slowly wanted to build up my own cult and stuff like that. I love that they had special like rules where you could like you got to like pick and choose kind of like old regiments of 40K Imperial Guard. I couldn't get it going in my area, you know? So I ended up selling off my models to some people in Morty and Glory's channel, and just dedicated myself to Conflict 47. So I'm super jealous, I'm super excited for you. I really can't wait for you to tell me how it goes. I always wanted to do a Crusader game. I can't tell you how jealous I am. As someone who likes tabletop wargaming and TTRPGs, very jealous. I ran something similar for Fallout Wasteland Warfare, but it's just like being a forever DM. Like, I never really got to enjoy the benefits of it, if that makes sense. Yeah, you can see where some of the primed parts coming through. That's why I'm doing a second coat on these guys. Dude, I'm excited for you, man. I don't think it was you. It might have been someone else, but did you see that thing in Morning Glory's chat the other day where someone was talking about like an escalation game, and their first match somebody was bringing like a chaos like War Dog Knight for like their first game of escalation? Oh man, that's rough. When I saw that, I'm like, I wouldn't mind because it's also kind of fluffy too, you know? Like, I don't know. I saw that and it was funny to like kind of like joke around about it, but if I had to play that, I didn't mind. There's a lot of times back in 7th I played stuff that there's no way I could beat, but I still had fun playing it as Imperial Guard, you know? Felt like it was thematic. For instance, for my 500 point teaching games, for them to use, I have the army set up where they have the Cult of Imhoteps. They have in a 500 point match, they have a Panther X, you know, so I think it's definitely not suited for a game of that level, you know, but should make it easier for them. that's what I'm doing right now. I actually finally have a full day off of nothing scheduled as far as I'm aware of, and it's for this Tuesday. So, and I've already knocked out everything I need to do that day, so I actually have the whole day. So I'm going to be trying to go into my local gaming store if they're open, and try and set up, do a demo game. You know what, I can kind of like snag who walks by, see if they want to try it. If not, like I said, I'm setting up my table here in my garage. I'll just do some filming and working in there. Either way, I plan on getting a lot of work done for the channel on Tuesday. Hopefully finish editing my newest lore video, because I looked the other day, I was going through some of my videos. It's been like 3 months that I did a lore video. I was like, oh my god, time flies. Okay, I need to do that. I don't try and purposely let a lot of time go in between the lore videos. They just take so long to make. I felt like if I regularly put them out, though, it'd be very beneficial for the channel and for a lot of people who like to watch them, but my lord, the editing on those things is insane. Well, probably not for a person who's good at it, but just a one-man show, so it takes me a while. Alright, so something we have been working on Evolution Gaming, now that my arm's out of the way, you can see we have been trash bashing using some extra bases and some coffee stirs. We've been building some fences, so it's kind of cool to see. I'm trying to get a couple more of these built just as a little bit extra terrain. Yeah, I got 3 projects going on at once. I got these fences, I had these craters drying, and then I've been priming my nuns. So I figured while 1 or 2 of them dries, I can work on the third one. Try and make good use of this hobby time. Especially since I started an hour early. I can't believe I did that. I was sitting there, I just looked at the minute part, because I've been working in multiple time zones. You know, so... I got the whole stream started, and as I'm going, I hear my phone alarm go, I'm like, what do you mean it's, 1:50 Eastern? I was like, ah, shit. Well, ironically, I just double checked something. I think it's daylight savings time today / tomorrow, depending where you're at. So it kind of makes sense that I started an hour early. All right, there's another piece of fencing. Well, let me check on the nuns. Alright, so we have our 3 nuns, our 3 spies. Let me go and start getting painting on them. Nothing on them looks too complex. Like I said, with the way their habit is. This should be a black habit. The white part on the top. Sorry, I'm not well versed in Catholicism, so forgive my mispronunciation or incorrect terms. Yeah, it should be pretty easy to paint. I'm just checking the scale of them right now. Yeah, I think the scale works out. So Imperial Japanese can be kind of hard to scale because, again, they're a little bit shorter than their European counterparts, and also a lot of the models are kind of crouched and running. You know, because American GIs are filling the air with lead. It made sense to get low, get low, get low, get low. Some of you who are old enough may get that musical reference. Trying to find a good picture of a nun to use as reference for this. Okay, so looks like around the chest is white, around the collar is white, headband is white, white on the inside, black on the outside. Okay, yeah, these shouldn't be too crazy to paint. Alright. Still glad I primed them white, because I think that'll make it a little bit easier to paint. Alright, so we have this nun. She's sitting on what looks like a tombstone. So that should be kind of easy to paint. Obviously these are not traditional nuns. This is just the sculpt I got off Etsy. So they're actually wearing like stockings and stuff like that, which is no big deal. Nothing wrong with having a little bit of fun. Especially for a Conflict 47 style model. So we'll probably paint the stockings white. Trying to figure out exactly how I'm going to paint this one. Here, that light may be a bit harsh. There we go. Maybe you'll see it better. There you go. Okay. Okay, this one I can actually see where the stockings stop, which is helpful. I can see where the white goes. And the hard part is figuring out the headband, like where the white is on the headband. Figured it'd be easier to prime it in white and then paint over it in black than try and paint it black and try and get some of the white parts white. Okay, this one, black shoes. Okay, you can see where the stockings end. Probably paint the bottom part of the staff wood and top part black. I really don't want to paint that gold, personally. Okay, yeah, I think I can do these. These don't look too crazy. So what all do you have to get ready for your game tomorrow, Evolution? Let me dig in my tower of paint over here and get out the paint I need. Probably gonna need some white paint. Definitely need the black. Skin tone. Alright, nice. Got the paint I need. Let's get going. Actual red as well for the apple. I guess there's an apple. And then I'll need mechanical gray for the tombstone. There we go, that's everything I can think of. I think I'm gonna do the flesh. Should I do the flesh first? Yeah, let me do the flesh first. Wish I had a smaller detail brush. a second here. Oh, perfect. There we go. There we go. That's exactly the brush I was looking for. I need to reorganize my hobby area. It's still a mess from where I packed everything away for the hurricane, but it's over a month ago, so I just need to hurry up and fix it. Right.
So you can just tell where her stockings end.
I don't think I've ever started with flesh first, so we'll see how that goes.
I know the light's a little bright for you guys to see. It's a white model, but I do need the bright light for me to see, unfortunately.
Alright, that's where her stockings come up to and her dress or habit comes down to.
So now let's do her hands.
Alright, so that's our progress so far. Here, let me keep adjusting the light for y'all so you can see. Alright, back that back down a little bit. Yeah, there you go. Now you can kind of see it's not as bright. I think because it's a white model, that bright light just kind of like shines off and it's hard to see through the camera. But you can see her hands, you can see her thighs where the stockings come up to, and you can see her face. Beep beep.
Trying to paint these as much as possible on camera. I know they're, you know, blisteringly white, so it's hard to see, but also there's a little bit of some very intricate details. Like I said, these slits in the habit and the stocking, so trying to get the skin kind of delicious.
There's her legs done. Now do her hands and her face. So once we do that, then like literally go back and we hit the habit with black, and that'll be most of the model. Then we just have the tombstone on one of them, the staff on the other, and the apple on one of them. Then I'll go back and try it, see if I can fill in the crosses on them. I'm not sure. So this is one of the few personnel models, like actual like troops on the boots on the ground models I've ordered from Etsy that's actually been at the right scale that I was looking for. A lot of the other models I order from Etsy, a lot of times the scale's off. Not that Etsy people on Etsy are doing the wrong thing, they're doing it correctly. You know, where measured to the eyeball, you know, in relation is 28 millimeters, that whole thing. And then, you know, every other game, I guess for proprietary reasons, have their own heroic scale 28 millimeters. So it can be really hard to match some stuff up. Yeah, it's been a while since I actually did some painting on stream, and lately it's just been a building stream. Feels good to actually slow down and paint a little bit. Those who don't know, underneath this countertop that I'm painting on is an entire like war factory. Sorry, it's an entire war factory filled with Type 7 Chiha tanks. Nice. Hey, Peyton Game, what's going on, buddy? I haven't had a chance to check out your Halloween thing yet. I got swamped with work. Actually had to get called in early. Got me so discombobulated I even started my own stream early. So once I get some time, I'll check it out. But yeah, man, that sounds cool. Glad you're able to swing by for the time that you are, man. And feel free to come and go as you see fit. But good to see you in the chat, buddy. Oh, that's awesome, man. I'm glad he got you into the hobby. Yeah, maybe something to put on my list to check out, like when I got time to kill and need something in the background. Alright, so the way she's sitting, here, let me lower the light so you guys can also help me out here. The way this one's sitting, I'm not seeing any, I'm not seeing the top to any stockings. I don't think there's any flesh to paint on those legs. So on this one, it's just her hands, actually. Yeah, I like these sculpts. Definitely different. Not like all the other like nun models I saw were like giantly huge, like chubby, and they had guns. And I'm like, okay, like not
Sisters of Battle, but I mean like actual nuns. They were like pulp models, you know? So it's like Sister Brenda, and she's like giant and plumpy. So for a spy, I wanted them to look more like this, I guess. Alright. Not a lot of skin on that one, but that works. So hopefully it should be done with the skin. Now for some bad habit. Alright. Yes, as you can see, I go directly from the paint pot to the model. I know that's sacrilegious to some. Oh, I'm not liking that brush at all. There we go, yeah, it's better. Hey, what's going on, buddy? Glad you're back. Yeah, man, I'm excited for you for your game of Crusade. Sounds absolutely awesome.
Alright, yeah, once we get these nurses painted, then we'll probably return back, finish up our freighters, then probably build some more fences, and then maybe get started on some Czech hedgehogs, which I really need to build. I'll show you how I trash bash those. I actually use bits of sprue from stuff you've already built, you know, just those blank pieces of sprue. That'll be huge. That'll probably catch some people off guard. A full, like, recon style mechanized guard. I said you can be, you know, as the ancient Sun Tzu Art of War says, you can be where the enemy least expects you. That's awesome, man. Nice. Jungle fighters or Castercan or stormtroopers? What are you running? I'll use some of these finer details on the habit. I'll come back with a smaller brush. Like for the shoes and stuff like that, because you know I don't want to accidentally paint over the white stockings. Oh, there we go. It's coming along. Oh, can you put a tank chimera in a chimera? I didn't think you could do that. That's actually really cool. Oh, I thought it was more of an infantry fighting field, so I didn't think the rules would allow you to do that, but that's really cool if you can. That's really cool. That sounds like a legit, not just tactical wise, but like fluffy wise, that sounds like a really cool, like a legitimate, like fluffy and militarily, like a really cool recon company. One tank commander and a chimera, the commissar and the other chimera, you know, and then, you know, Kashkin in each one. Dude, that's really, in a scout, and 2 scout sentinels, yeah, that definitely sounds like Emperor's Eyes, you know, style recon company. Well done, man. Not just for making what sounds like, from what I know of the rules, from what sounds like a good tactical list for the tabletop, but fluffy-wise, no one can say that's not a recon, unit. Like, that is really cool, man.
That is really cool. I love stuff like that. Well done. Well done.
Death before dismount, you know? I'm excited to get these nuns painted to be my my spies. That's gonna be pretty cool. Yeah. So again, that's extremely fluffy. That's very representative of either light infantry or specialized light infantry like Rangers, or regular light infantry like Cav Scouts, Cavalry Scouts. They're trained to operate efficiently in the vacuum of leadership. So without constant orders from higher ups, these guys are able to accomplish their objectives as need be. So yeah, the way you have that built is a very, I can't speak to its effectiveness unfortunately, but extraordinarily fluffy.
That is really cool. Sorry guys, I'm trying to do this on stream, my bad. I'll get into it and I'll totally realize it's not on camera and I'm like, oh no!
Because the alternate color is white, it's actually I'm trying to be very careful not to go over anything else. Yeah, that's probably you're probably right. That's the better way of doing it. I'm dumb.
I already started with black. But no worries. It's just
Citadel black, so when it dries, you can just go over it and fix it.
Again, these aren't going to be like premier tabletop, like centerpiece units. These are just some spies.
There you go. Yeah, it's starting to look a little bit more and more like a nun. Slowly. So it's gonna sound like such a douchey like model painter thing to say, where it's like, hold on, let's see if I can get my voice right. Oh, and the correct barometric pressure, you know. So it's like a weather thing, you know. If the weather's fine, I have a door open. It actually worked out pretty well. I still like Citadel white paints. I have a whole army primed white that my old world army that I just haven't got around to. There's nothing against it. I'm just fully stuck. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I'm probably just gonna send my entire old world army collection to MG, to Morning Glory, because I'll probably never build it. So. Yeah, I do. So, yeah, I stick with Citadel paints. Not that I think they're better. It's just that I've used so many of them on so many of my models now that I just kind of stick to the formula. Yeah, so the three products of Citadel I recommend should. Yeah. So one is their actual paint pot. Their paint pot that everyone gave MG shit for using, I use it too. I highly recommend that. The other thing I recommend is their Chaos Black Spray Primer. It's phenomenal. The third product of theirs that I wholeheartedly recommend is, a lot of people say that a lead belcher. Lead belcher is good, but their Snakebite Leather Contrast. If you have never used that paint and you have a lot of leather stuff going on, because I did a lot of, the reason I say that, I did a lot of Fallout Wasteland Warfare miniatures, a lot of building. As you can tell, there's a lot of like aged leather and Fallout. Especially I was doing a setting set in Texas, so there's a lot of like New Vegas style cowboy western vibes. So I did a lot of leather painting. I'm telling you, Snakebite Leather Contrast from Citadel, there's nothing like it. You can really kind of work multiple layers, and the way you do it, it's super easy to show wear and tear and bending in leather by literally just kind of like painting your strokes just a little bit of a different way. You can have a really good weather effect on leather, unlike anything I've seen in any other thing. Or you can just do a quick 2 coats, and it's sufficient leather, you know, that'll last and look good. To me, there's no leather paint with that type of texture outside that's as good as Citadel Snakebite Leather. There's nothing else, you know.
their Chaos Black Spray Primer, and their Snakebite Leather. 2 products I highly recommend.
Oh yeah, Nolan oil, of course.
Their contrast red honestly isn't bad either. But I know some people are super picky about that. I'm not.
Their contrast red mixed, if you do their contrast red 2 coats and then a very thin coat of Nolan oil, it's absolutely disgusting. That's what I did on my zombies, and it looks like their guts are still like moist. You know, it looks like their intestines are coming out and still kind of moist.
Really good effect. I'm all about ease over effectiveness, you know, so if it looks good, that's awesome, but if it's easy to paint and fast to paint, as you guys can tell, I do a lot of horde style painting, a lot of
numerous models. I want a decent paint that I can do quickly and easily than I do a very nice paint, if that makes sense. So here's a fun thing for you. If it sounds like you're really knowledgeable about paints, which is cool. I was watching this awesome video. Oh man, I need to start saving these so I can like link them when I talk about them because I feel bad. Some guy went on a deep dive about Goblin Green, because I remember the old Goblin Green bases, you know, from the old white doors and the old advertisements, and I miss Goblin Green bases, you know, trolling around on Daka. But he was saying they don't make it anymore, and nobody makes that shade of Goblin Green. Some people say they do, but the shade is not there anymore. And this guy, I'm talking, went head over heels, Alice down the rabbit hole chasing the white hair with a pocket watch. I mean, the formula for the old Goblin Green is no longer there. The company that made it has changed hands, you know, and the company that's still there, they do a different formula. The guy who actually created it created his own company, and he messed with the formula. It's so interesting to see, like, Goblin Green just does not exist OG like it used to, and there's just so many different types. It is a really fun rabbit hole. If you're interested in model paint, and you want something on in the background, dude, just find this video about Goblin Green paint and the huge rabbit hole this guy tumbled down. It is absolutely fascinating. Alright, let me get the top of her headpiece back here. And I think the other black we need to do with a smaller brush. A little bit more detail. Yeah, I recently sat down and went on a 40k lore binge for the Kroot. I never realized what an awesome race the Kroot are. Like, I thought, like everybody else, I thought they were just like a, you know, at worst, like a cannon fodder for the Tau, or at best, maybe like mercenaries. But no, it's such a noble origin and such a, you know, they have their own spaceships. They were already spacefaring. They have all their cool, like, special dietary restrictions because they take on whatever they eat. I'm not gonna lie, it is probably the coolest race and 40k. As far as ideas, I like the Necrons. Gene Stealer Cult are interesting, but lore-wise, the Kroot are so damn interesting. Alright, so here's the progress made. Again, that white paint doesn't show up well, so hold on. Really back down the color a little bit. Alright, so there's at least the habit done on our first one. I got to go back in. I'm going to grab a smaller brush so I can pick up some of the more details towards the top and get the shoes and some of the other parts. Yeah, I subscribe to Luton since he's always popping in MG's chat. I like Luton stuff. Pink, pink. So I swapped over to my smaller brush so I can get these shoes with hopefully without getting too much black paint on the stockings. So I can keep those as flat and white as possible to keep them looking like stockings, you know. And then I'm going to go and hit some of the other details of the habit that's supposed to be black that I missed. That's just easier to go in with a smaller brush. Sorry, I look up and I check my screen, so if I see myself painting off screen, I'm sorry, I try and be quick to correct it. Again, I always focus more on this being like a chill place to chat while I work on some models versus like a painting demonstration. Only because I don't think I'm good at painting. I think I can paint passable models at a 3-foot distance for a tabletop. But, you know, I'd hate for you guys to try and do something I do because I do it wrong and it mess up one of your expensive models. So that's why I'm never concerned about. I mean, I try to be concerned. I want to put on a good thing where you guys can see me painting. Some people like that, but I don't do painting tutorials because my stuff is weird. Every now and then I will. Like I said, I think I do for my unique camo style because it's easy to do, and I like showing that. Oh, actually, hey, that being said, Evolution, I think you're talking about yesterday. What camo scheme or what paint scheme did you end up going for your recon company? I'm super interested to hear that.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
So what you guys don't see is I also do a lot of painting in between these kind of streams. So like I said, right now I'm trying to remain consistent with Bolt Action and Conflict 47, but the other thing I paint a lot of is Mrs. Tiki and I really enjoy board games. So, you know, like I said, we love Betrayal at House on the Hill and stuff like that. You know, so sometimes those models come painted, sometimes they don't. Sometimes I want to paint them myself. So I like board games with unpainted models, so I get to just go absolute ham on them and paint them. I'm like, hey, look, I can contribute. I can paint these.
Makes me feel better for my investment in all these Citadel paints I have. Like, I could paint something.
There you go. Yeah, I think this is coming out pretty nice. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. I have to keep talking myself out of getting more 40k models on the side. Right now I'm just telling myself just stick with your 10 men kill team, you know, and I have a box of cannon fodder from Wargame Atlantic that I could build up real quick if I wanted to kind of give them some traitor guard, but I'm just like, just stay with what I got. Honestly, it's also the rules. The rules, to me, are some of the biggest barrier to entries to coming back into 40k. Because I feel like the second I buy the rules for the current edition of Kill Team or 40k, they're going to drop another one and invalidate it. And I'm like, son of a bitch. That's one of the things that attracted me to Bolt Action and Conflict. I know it's saying that because 3rd edition Bolt Action just came out, but up until then, it'd been like 11 years old, you know? So, it's a little bit nice.
Yeah, the American British mechs are awesome.
The Grizzly, all the variations. So you had the Grizzly, then the Kodiak, and all the other types are really cool. Then the British Merlin is a really cool walker. I swear, I have a Grizzly, a box of Schreckwolfen, and a box of Siberian Tears somewhere in my hobby cabinet. I need to find it. Like I said, when I threw everything in there for the Hurricane twice, I literally can't find some of my models, and I'm kind of sad about that. They are expensive. Because they're becoming more and more rare, they're becoming more and more expensive, sadly. So I'm like, I really need to find those. I am holding on to one Conflict 47 model that I'm going to use as a prize, you know, for my tournament coming up. I'll talk about that a little bit more when it gets to about halfway through the stream. I'll talk a little bit more about that tournament. Alright, other than just kind of touching up the habit a little bit more, I'll fix the face. I missed a bit on the face. And then I'll do the apple, and then we'll paint her tombstone. That should be done except for basing. Alright, hey man, I appreciate you hopping in the stream. Super excited to hear the fluffy lore of your recon company, and I wish them all the best. Death before dismount, and I hope they're as fast as lightning. Good luck together, buddy. Like I said, you guys can tell it's a super friendly channel, so if anybody else watching kind of wants to hop in and chat, man, by all means. If not, if you just want to watch, you're cool to do that too. I'm just working on these nuns. One might say it's a bad habit. That was fucking terrible. But it made me smile. There we go. Cleaned up the hemline a little bit. Alright, so Golden Demon she may not be, but let's fix the face. There's a spot I missed on the face. Then we'll get her apple, and then we'll do her tombstone, and we'll set her aside later for basing, and then we'll move on to the next nun. Oh, yeah, I say that. Yeah, let me fix her face. Then I think I'll move on to the next nun. I think I want to do, I don't know. I was debating between batch painting or not, but you know what? No, I think because they're nuns, and they're mostly white and black, I think by the time I finish the black, I might as well just finish the model, you know? I'm a big fan of batch painting. It's actually my go-to, like my muscle memory, because I do so many, like, just Spock standard riflemen. So when I paint these, like, small specialized models, it's kind of weird. But, let me do one model at a time, I think. When I can, I should do that, because there'll always be time for me to batch paint on the channel, because I always have so many troops to paint and build. So when I can batch paint, let me do it. I mean, so when I can paint like this, let me do it, because I'll be batch painting a lot. I mean, I say I'm a big fan, not a huge fan of batch painting, but I'm familiar with its effectiveness, and I can respect it, if that makes sense. Alright, face is fixed. Next we'll do the apple. Let me grab a green so I can do the leaf on the apple. And then we'll do the tombstone. Anybody else old enough to remember the old what would you like in your tombstone commercials? So that's one of the other things. A lot of times people talk about, oh, things were better back in the day. One thing I can say as a kid who grew up like in the 90s, commercials used to be really good. Nowadays, I mean, I feel like they're competing with so much attention, especially with like short form media such as like TikTok and TikToks and earlier than that, Vines and YouTube Shorts, that, you know, commercials now are almost obnoxious. They're just trying to get as much information out as quick as they can. Back in the day, like, commercials most of the time were actually humorous. I saw a good one the other day, though, I'm not gonna lie. Sent it to a buddy of mine. I want to say it was Pepsi. Pepsi did a really good commercial the other day. It was talking about Pepsi is the best chaser for pizza. You know, like you chase a slice of pizza with a Pepsi. You know, like that's the drink to have with pizza. And so they actually got like some sports car with a Pepsi wrap on it to follow around like pizza deliveries. And they keep like running up to the door, just like messing with the pizza driver. It's not like evil messing with them, but like almost like jokingly, you know? It's tough to explain, but definitely worth looking up. Look up the Pepsi Pizza Chaser commercial. It's well done. It is a commercial, but it's actually humorous. Definitely has like Super Bowl commercial quality to it. Never fails. As soon as I put away the black, I see a spot I missed. Hey, what's going on, Weird War? Man, what are you doing up this late or this early? Don't you ever sleep, brother?
It's a joke. So I said the same to me.
Yeah, so what I'm working on now, Weird Board, these are my nuns. I have 3 of them, and I like to run a situation. It's kind of like a shell game where one of them's the spy. You know, you're not sure which one it is. So, this is one just sitting on a tombstone, painting her apple right now. All right, there's the apple. Yeah, so you can tell these aren't, I see, you can definitely tell the what she's posed. So it's hard to tell because of the bright light I'm using. And on these ones I really only have the skin painted. But yeah, you can tell they're not traditional habits and they have like higher stockings. It's one of the same things, not so much the sacrificial thing, but that is the rule for like old school D&D. For the style of alternate history and World War II I'm going for, you see in a lot of my videos, I like the pinup style, not just that I happen to be a heterosexual guy, but more importantly, I did, you know, over a decade in the military and just shy of a decade in the Air Force. So going back to the heritage, like nose art was always there. Even though we're not allowed to have nose art on the actual aircraft anymore, I can tell you pin-up and nose art is very still much in some of the Air Force culture. It's just kind of kept out of the public eye a little bit more. But like if you go down range to like a you know, like an LPOP or a fob or something like that, like on some of the T walls, you'll see some pretty awesome art. So we don't put them on the multi-million-dollar aircraft as much anymore, but like the $100 concrete Jersey barrier or T-wall out in the middle of BFE, yeah, we paint them. But yeah, if I'm going to sit here and build minis and stuff like that, for my alternate history style, I definitely enjoy the embracing the World War II era pinup style. So hopefully it still looks like an apple and not as much like a tomato. I don't know who sits on tombstones in a habit and eats a tomato, but you know. So I wouldn't say ruin it, like not to be controversial, like I get it for multi-million-dollar aircraft, like I get it, it's fine. But it's one of those things where it's the more it's everything's a media war. So the type of good morale you keep out of focus. A good example, I was tumbling down YouTube. I was having a long day at work, and I came across this channel. I forget her name, but it looks like a relatively young female type. I want to say I think she's from Hungary, and she's covering Cold War era uniforms. Kind of interesting. and she was talking about American GI helmets in Vietnam, and talking about like all the messages they wrote on it, the stuff they keep on, and she made a comment like they just don't do it anymore. And I'm like, that's 100% not true. I was like, I actually have my helmet covers from my multiple deployments and bases I've been to, and we definitely wrote messages on our helmets. So you still put more, you don't put stuff hanging on your helmet anymore. Like, you're not going to have a bottle of CLP or a pack of smokes, or like, because noise, light, linear discipline is huge, especially now that we do a lot more night fighting. We do a lot more night fighting. So stuff like that, we got rid of. But the actual just writing on your helmet with like a black marker, what we like to use, because we were wearing multicams at the time. So we ended up like using brown markers because you can't really tell unless you're up close and you can read it. So further away, it just adds to the camo, but when you get up close, you can read the messages. There are all sorts of funny ones, you know, like I'm trying to think, what are some of the funnier messages I saw written on the helmets? One was delete my internet browser. One was tell my Wi-Fi lover, but instead of wife, W-I-F-E, it was Wi-Fi. Tell my Wi-Fi I love her. I think mine was like, I think the one I always had on mine was like born to chill. I always had born to chill on the side of mine. Yeah, so a lot of it's just like darker sardonic humor, you know, but that's more the GWAT era, I guess. So it's definitely still there. So I left her a nice comment. I'm like, hey, cool video, you know, just a heads up, as a GWAT vet, like, we still write shit on our helmets. We just do it more smart, I guess. Like, we make it blend in a little bit better and not stand out. I mean, you still have like cat eyes, or you still put your laundry mark, your last name on parts of your helmet. I know laundry mark, it sounds dumb, but it really does help because people start to know what's your shit, so no one steals your shit. But again, we don't put gear on our helmets that much because now we have, you know, the rhino mounts in the front. And this shows my age because it's probably changed now since I've gotten out. I was old school GWAT kind of. I say I was like middle generation GWAT. But we had rhino mounts for our nods, our night observation devices. You had, you know, goggles. These weren't just there to look cool. Like, if you ever been hit with a sandstorm, like, they suck. There's a reason you carry goggles. So some things change, but some things stay the same. I thought that was kind of cool. So when you mentioned, you know, nose art and stuff like that, we're talking about it. We still try and keep traditions like that alive. It's just a little more subtle and generally out of the public eye. Because what the public doesn't know, they can't bitch about. So if you paint a giant pinup girl on the side of a multi-billion-dollar aircraft, the public's going to lose their damn minds. But like I said, if you paint it on a $100, $200, $300 piece of concrete out in the middle of nowhere, no one gives a shit. Alright, let me just clean up this habit a little bit, then I'll hit a gravestone. We'll move on to the next one. Yeah, so that is something, if I was in the model making or painting or miniature market, again, I'm a terrible salesperson because I don't like selling stuff. So I just come up with funny ideas. I'm like, take it or leave it, you know, what else? I'm a terrible salesman. But if I did have a company and I was making miniature stuff, the one thing I would really want to make is I would want to make high quality, really good pinup decals, because there's such a market of that. Not just for different model airplanes that people build, but also for all the Warhammer 40K, Conflict 47, bolt action. There would be a massive. I don't know how people make them. How do they make these like water slide decals? But if you could make them, oh man, that is a massive market. Because you could do traditional ones, sci-fi ones, you know, all sorts of cool stuff. And with them being decals, they can also put them on, You could sell them for people to put on their terrain too, like on the side of a building, you know, on the side of some other stuff. They could like slap these little pinup decals on there. As long as you got the scaling right, I mean, you can make a killing. Yeah, so from my experience and my time in, sometimes I was in some cushy back areas, sometimes I was not. I don't go too much into detail about it, but if you want to see a good representation of what the actual fighting was like in Afghanistan, especially out in the LPOPs, out in like Indian country, watch Restrepo. Restrepo is probably one of the best documentaries that shows what the firefights in Afghanistan were like. Yeah, it's a whole other world. Like I said, no video games got it even close to accurate. Long range fights in mountains and valleys. It's yeah. So yeah, you have seen it. Yeah, yeah. It is. It's not what you think. Like I said, and there's all different types. Like that being said, there's also, you know, house to house, jumping those damn half walls and kicking in those doors and shit like that. There's still room clearing and stuff like that, but the out in Indian country, man, it's all valleys and mountains and hills and plunging fire. But to be fair, that wouldn't make a very good video game, you know? Alright, she is done. We'll just do her gravestone. Oh, let me back down the color so you can see. Or back down the light. So there's our first nun done. Nun done. It's hilarious. I just want to do her tombstone. I'll probably base it in the same green that I do my actual army. Just because, like I said, it's kind of... I like doing a simple green base because it's kind of my nod back to the old school goblin green base days I was talking about a little bit earlier. Yeah, these white models get blindingly bright on this light, but it helps me paint. So I think for her tombstone, I'm just going to do simple Mechanicus Gray. Usually I like using Mechanicus Gray because it just looks like an unpainted model. It looks like the gray that models come in, you know? But I'm going to hit it with a Nolan oil and I think we'll be alright.
Just doing the big parts of the base, and I'll use a smaller brush to kind of go over the smaller bits so I don't mess up what I've already painted. Well, it's funny you mentioned that, because like I said, most nuns I've come across, or most nuns I've seen always have their habit on, so I'm not quite sure if you can tell what color hair there is, but I think that's the point of the habit. Alright, yep. Now I think I'm going to come in and hit the rest of that tombstone with the smaller brush to get the details right. Yeah, I'm going to slow that down. Well, it's fun and interesting. You see in the background, I actually have these. While I was waiting for this nuns to dry from priming, I'm actually kind of trash bashed some fencing. Super simple and easy. Like even if you don't have the bases, the base is probably the most expensive part. I'm pretty sure you can just use like bottle caps, unless you're saving them for the Fallout Apocalypse, of course. These are just coffee stirrers. Like I said, the secret to those I showed earlier is just measure with your model. Make sure you have like the right height, right scale, you know? And cut out and make sure you have templates. Like there's a template for my short piece and template for my long piece marked. And then you can literally just take coffee stirrers, which I got like $5. I got like hundreds and hundreds of them in a box. And you can literally just make these little fence lines. Like I said, nothing too crazy, but effective. So when you're painting, particularly working on terrain, like I said, I was also working on these craters you see next to them. I was also working on these. And while I'm waiting for my paint to dry, I always like to have something I can kind of kit bash or build, you know, that way I'm kind of making the best use of my hobby time. Yeah, no, I have seen those geishas. That was my original design for my Kibatai officers. I was gonna use geishas, you know, which I thought kind of made sense for Intel collection. I also have this mini that I'm probably planning on using for a Kibatai officer. You know, she has short hair, trench coat, and that big bulky pistol in her hand. It looks all sci-fi when you really compare it to a Imperial Japanese Type 94 pistol. It's actually pretty damn similar. Good enough to pass. So this may be one of my first Kibatai officers, because I can just paint an armband on her arm, you know, for the Kibatai Secret Police. But yeah, I've also thought about using geisha dolls, or actually, you might get a kick out of this, Weird War. I'm leaning more and more towards pulling ideas from Red Alert 3, because it just has really, really good ideas and good aesthetic. So when I'm thinking for my Kibatai for my Conflict 47 armies,
or my Weird War stuff, I'm actually going to use Sailor Moon models. So my wife's a huge fan of Sailor Moon, so I'll have her paint them. She'll get a kick out of that. So we can get Sailor Moon models, give them MP40s or MP38s. And the way that works is, in my headcanon lore, I'm going to say they were students who were assigned to a insane asylum to learn telepathy, and so that's why they're Kimpatai secret police, because they're actually becoming psychics and telepaths. So that's why they're using what look like Sailor Moon / that style of aesthetic Japanese model. So it'll just look like, oh, it's a dumb young girl in a sailor outfit. Okay, that's kind of dumb. But then it's like, oh, okay, no, I get it. Like they're trained to be psychics and telepaths. That's really neat. Yeah, very similar to that. It's funny, I actually tested out a lot of ideas on what I want my model to look like. Kind of a video game plug. And mad shout out to Nathan. Nathan X2000. Love that guy. He's always been a huge fan and a huge motivation for me for this channel. Great dude, right? So he got me playing XCOM 2 again, and he convinced me to get it on Steam where I have access to mods. So I finally modded XCOM 2, and what I was doing is I downloaded a lot of mods, and I started making models very similar to my Conflict 47 Japanese. So I had like the Neo Imperial Japanese Army, fighting the aliens, which was a cool look. I downloaded Japanese voices. I think I downloaded voice packs from like Total War Shogun. I downloaded like a lot of different armor packs. All my my heavy gunners had giant samurai helmets, which were really cool looking. A lot of my guys had katanas and things like that. My psychers were, dressed like schoolgirls from Red Alert 3 Yuki. It was a really cool themed thing. I had an absolute blast building it. Doesn't match at all either, but one of my favorite models I made, I took the Templar, and I made her. I mixed Elvira style costume in an Elvira voice pack with Quiet from Metal Gear Solid 5's some of her apparel and gear, and she was a Templar. It was a really cool looking mix, and she had like an awesome purple mohawk. It was super cool, but I had to not uninstall the game, but I put it on hold because it was just taking up a lot of my time off. I love playing video games. I love relaxing, but I was just getting nothing done. I was just playing XCOM 2 all the time on my time off. Fun, but I got some things to do, unfortunately. But yeah, XCOM 2 with mods. For Conflict 47, if you want to test the lookout of a unique army, do XCOM 2 with mods. It'll kind of give you a cool kit bashing idea. Yeah, that does sound cool. So I think I talked to you about this a long time ago, but one of my favorite repurposes for Conflict 47 that I thought was super clever, and mad shout out to either Clockwork Goblins or Warlord Games, whoever thought it up, was the Imperial Japanese, the Ghost Attack Squads. I have a short on them on my channel, shameless plug. But if you've seen them, they have a very distinct looking suit on. And if you know what that suit is, it actually belonged to a real world military unit called the Koyo Ryo or Ryo. I don't know the Imperial Japanese name, but it comes out to Crouching Dragon. And what they were is they realized the effectiveness of lunge mines, and they thought about it like, well, if the Allies come to mainland Japan, sorry about that, if they come to mainland Japan, they're going to attack on their boats full of troops and tanks. You know, if lunge mines are so effective, why don't we just stick our guys underwater, you know, in underwater breathing apparatuses and give them waterproof lunge mines, and they just hit the bottom of the landing boats. And that's how Crouching Dragon units were made. I don't think they were ever utilized in combat. Like I said, a lot of the Japanese records are very hard to come across, for good reason. But I don't know if they're ever used in combat. I know they're waiting to in the island of Japan, just like a lot of their heavier duty tanks. Yeah, and that's why when people try and like get all weird about playing bolt action, like, well, the Japanese didn't really use those. I'm like, man, like all the Imperial Japanese, like good quote unquote good units or high tech units were all held in reserve for obviously intelligent for I mean good reasons. They were gonna fight block to block, you know, so they wanted every single thing they had. So yeah, every heavy tank, every modern piece of armor. That's why it's kind of like Ender's Game, if you ever read the book Ender's Game, where, spoiler alert, in the first couple battles, they're using like the most modern spaceships, but for the final battle, at the homeworld, they have like the old worst ships. It's kind of like that in reverse. So in most of the Imperial Japanese conflicts, they're using weapons and tanks from the 1930s. Anything that's made new is generally made in Japan, and anything that was made new or better, they kept in Japan for the eventual fight on Japan that never happened. So yeah, when you're like, yeah, these Shermans made in 1944 are beating the hell out of these Hagos, like the Hagos made in 1932. Yeah, probably. That's over 10 years of tank design, you know? Oh, that's really cool. Yeah. Yeah, they would make great, like, Void-style combat troops. Once I finish this Nun, or start on the second one, I'll talk a little bit more about the Clash of the Caribbean event coming up.
Say coming up, it's like a year away.
I think, so there's Flags for Our Fathers and Letters from Iwo Jima. They kind of tell, you know, if you've never seen those two movies, it's made in a very interesting way where the two movies are told concurrently. So there's a lot of things that happen in one movie. You don't have to watch the other movie to see the other side of it, which is interesting. But that being said, the Letters from Iwo Jima, I think did a very good job from only my reading, and I'm not an expert, from my reading and research. Letters from Iwo Jima do a good job of showcasing different types of Imperial Japanese weaponry and vehicles. I can't speak to the historical accuracy of like how the people acted and stuff like that nature. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. But as far as their small arms, the spigot mortar, the way the heavy machine guns were used, there's a lot of interesting tactics and strategy to their weaponry, and it was used correctly in that movie, which is kind of cool. For instance, the tanks weren't used in like a tank wave or to assault the beach. The tanks were used as, you know, artillery pieces. Basically have light howitzers on them, so they just dig them in, hold down, you know, and use them to put rounds out. And you saw the effectiveness of the Imperial Japanese, quote-unquote, medium or heavy machine gun. They didn't really have a lot of like heavy machine guns, but what they had was a machine gun that's based off the old Hotchkiss 1914 design, lovingly known as the Woodpecker. And the reason it's called a Woodpecker, it has an extraordinarily slow rate of fire, and it has these massive cooling fans, almost like ribbing along the barrel. And then on top of that, it was fed from these strips. Not a belt, but it was strip fed. So what made that unique is because of the slow rate of fire and because of the massive air cooling waves, there was no barrel change for that weapon system. Unlike you'd have later on with the MG34 and 42. There also was no liquid cooling like you would have with like a, what was that, a Vickers? Yeah, like a Vickers. Instead, it shot very slowly, but with that, the fire rate combined with the cooling fans, it prevented their machine gun from overheating. So it could fire slow, but it had continuous rate of fire. And with the clips, you could actually clip a second, 20 round clip onto the first one that's feeding through the gun. So if you had a good crew going and you had good cover and you had a damn good position laid out with your final protective line and overlapping fields of fire, you had continuous machine gun fire. That's what a lot of people don't understand about the Marines that the U.S. Marines were facing landing on these islands. Everyone's like, oh, the Imperial Japanese just had shitty guns. No, I mean, they weren't fast-firing machine guns, but they were continuous. They did not stop. As long as you kept that beast fed, it kept woodpecking away and would just literally just keep firing absolutely constantly. So that's the problem with belt-fed weaponry and with fast-firing machine guns. They overheat, so you either have to have a barrel-swapping mechanism, extreme discipline as a machine gunner, or a liquid cool system, or a spare barrel. So these ones didn't need that, and it's very unique to their other machine guns or light machine guns. They were actually pretty accurate. They're very similar to a Brin style or like the Belgian version. They actually put scopes on a lot of them. They're pretty accurate. And one of the other things they figured out that was useful for them is some of their rifles, their Type 38 rifles, because the barrel was so long and it used a special smokeless powder, there was very little muzzle flash. And so the Imperial Japanese started figuring out when they realized that they had mostly bolt-action weaponry, they didn't have the firepower that the American Marines had landing on the island. So they realized, like, hey, our specialty is going to be night fighting. And no one had NVGs or Starlight scopes or any of that fancy shit. So the Imperial Japanese did an absolutely shit ton training on night fighting. And with their rifles, with that special type of ammo, they produce very little muzzle flash. And so their snipers hiding up in trees were very hard to spot. And it made them a little bit more effective at night fighting. That's why they did those bonsai strikes. Yeah, so they're extraordinarily long, and with the bayonet, they're basically pikes. But because those barrels were so long and it had that smokeless powder, a lot of snipers, even after the war, a lot of snipers preferred the Arisaka rifles because they thought that it was the end cap to the Mauser. You know, like you take a look at the Mausers used from the Spanish-American War, the Spanish were using World War I. You take the Mauser all the way to the end of its completion, and they say Arisaka are some of the best ones. So you combine the form and functionality of an Arisaka or a Arisaka rifle, Mauser rifle, with a decent glass, a decent scope, and those rounds that have absolutely little to no muzzle flash, and you can hide away and do some serious damage. Yeah, later on they started developing starlight scopes and IR and shit like that. But in the beginning, so when I say that, I'm referring to like 1930 operating in China. Like nobody had anything like that in the 30s. That's always the one thing I do say when remembering, like when looking at Imperial Japanese weaponry and tactics. I'm a fan of the tabletop, and I'm not a fan of real life. Like I'm not like a, you know how like you have those guys who are like super fans of like German tanks, you know? But I'm not like a super fan. I just can appreciate stuff. It's just always important to zoom out and look at shit in perspective. So a lot of times people will compare Japanese small arms and vehicles and tanks to Americans in the Pacific, which to be fair, yeah, I get that. But that's 1941 and on, right? A lot of this stuff was designed and implemented by the Imperial Japanese in the 30s, you know, against their common enemy, which was Chinese warlords, you know, out in, you know, mainland China, or maybe some colonial forces in like the Dutch East Indies. So weapons were kind of designed for a different purpose at that time, and they're slowly changing. It's not an excuse, it's just something to consider. It's like, why would they design this terrible thing? I'm like, because it was 10 years ago, and it worked the first time. Alright, we're just about done with the tombstone, so we can start working on the second nun. Keep dropping it. Like I said, yeah, I'll probably base them in the green that I do. Ooh, yeah. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'll have to give them a look-see. Yeah, I'm always looking to kind of like pilfer stuff here and there. Right now I'm trying to get my terrain up to snuff so I can run these demo games, or I can actually decorate my own tabletop here in the garage so I can film not just bat reps but how to play videos, you know, and show stuff on the tabletop instead of just my fabrication sheet. Once I have that done, then I want to fully build up my bolt action and my Conflict 47 army, especially my bolt action army, get it 3rd edition ready, and then hopefully, even though I work weekends, hopefully start attending some local events, especially if they get the dice count up. I love playing bolt action. I like my local area. I think a lot of the guys are awesome. But with these low dice count, man, I can't do it. I'm not going to show. I like having fun. I like rolling dice as much as the next guy, but nobody likes like walking in knowing that they're under strength. You know, like it's one of those things where I'm like, if you guys could at least like understand, like we know I got hit hard. The Imperial Japanese got hit hard. We know they're going to be the last ones to get a book. And we know those low dice count are absolutely brutal. So, I was like, if you guys could, you know, at least fix the dice count, that'd be great. Yeah, so like I said, I have some unique ways that I'm planning on doing my bat reps. I say unique, they're actually be kind of similar, taking a lot of inspiration even before he did them. If you've seen Cinematic Tabletop, I like their style. Maybe not as over the top as theirs, because like I said, it's just me here, so takes a little bit longer, but I definitely plan on doing some bat reps, especially story-wise, like maybe telling the stories through the YouTube posts, you know, with like little short videos that kind of go along with it. But I plan on doing a lot of like how to play using the tabletop, and like showing, not just showing how what order dice are, but showing how to issue orders, what it looks like to drop smoke with mortars or to drop HE rounds, you know, how to do, you know, how to use transports, you know, how to do certain stuff. Yeah, his stuff is wildly good, man. But so for bolt action, like I said, I appreciate all the people who make videos. I think they do a great job, and I think there's a lot of competitive bolt action videos, which there's nothing wrong with that. You know, it's a tabletop war game. Of course, it's competitive, but I think there's a lot more like kind of laid back teaching style. So I'm going to try and do that, which is funny because that's one of my many gigs that I do outside of my main gigs. I actually do teach a lot, so so I enjoy teaching. I like to think I'm decent at it. We shall see. Okay, so I think there's nothing wrong with the tournament as long as it's ran well. I think when ran well, I think it's stirring people's gray matter, you know, and it forces them to think. So I think as long as people are mature and fun about it, the tournament's gonna be fun. Same thing. I like narrative play, but at some point, some people can abuse narrative play. Some people can hide behind narrative and make things unfair, and you're just like, narrative works great, but you have to have mature people for it. So I think you're lucky, Weird War. In the videos I've seen, you have a good group. You know, I know obviously most of them are, you know, very close to you, but you have a very good group, so you're able to get away with a lot of this great tournament, and I mean a lot of this narrative stuff. You know, when you meet up with regular people, it can be hard to do that because people are always looking to exploit stuff sometimes. So in a tournament, you're at least expecting it, you know, versus narrative play. It's like when you show up and there's a shark in a competitive tournament, you're like, okay, yeah, I expected sharks in the water. But when you show up and do a narrative game and there's that shark type of player, it's like having a land shark come and jump you in your backyard. Totally different. So I've always been more towards competitive, and I've always been more towards the narrative than the competitive scene myself. But I'm starting to, I can appreciate where people like both. I do agree with you, Weird War. Me personally, if I have the choice, I'm like, hey, you want to go to a narrative event or you want to go to a tournament? I'm like, narrative event. 100%. But, you know, when you're playing a smaller game, sometimes you gotta take what you can get for the events. I was really worried because I said that one tournament was the only one. It's the only one I've ever been to. My first ever tournament. I was really worried. You know, luckily most people were pretty nice. even the nice people, you know, sometimes they show through a little bit. Their competitiveness kind of shine through a little. But overall, they were nice and it was fun. So some of you have already checked it out, which I appreciate. I just always try to drop it like in the middle of the stream. So what that is, that link I dropped, that's actually to a merch store. Everything in there is priced as low as I can, where it still does like $1 of profit. And all that profit actually doesn't go to me. It sits in an account and it solely gets used. Right now I think we're up to like $7, which is pretty cool. That gets used strictly for the bolt action events they're going to be running, called Clash of the Caribbean, which are going to be held on the Margaritaville at Sea Paradise, usually about next year in September or October. So I always like to just throw that in. I only plug it once. It's in the middle of my streams. So if you guys want to take it out, and every now and then I'll keep adding stuff to it, you know, but right now it's just got a couple shirts and some random stuff in there. But definitely take a look. Maybe hopefully it'll make you laugh. That's the whole point of it. But all that stuff just goes towards running my events, which that's why I go to more tournaments. I'm trying to go to more tournaments, Weird War, so I get a lot more experience on how to run something, how to run an event for both the tournament and the narrative side. Because I know people from the hobby like both. Some people like one, some people like the other. You know, and I don't want to discredit anybody. So, trying to learn how to do both. Be a good host, as it were, you know? It may sound a little like kind of cheesy, but yeah, oh yeah, I could definitely do that. That's a good idea, Weird War. I think I'll definitely do that. That's actually hilarious. Yeah, I can make a short with that. That's too easy. Yeah, I can do that. Very good idea. What I was gonna say is I think as far as bolt action and Conflict 47, I think there's room for both. There's room for competitive and narrative, especially a good mix of both. And I think that's, from what I can read of their book and from what I've seen of interviews, I think that's what Warlord Games was aiming for. They don't want a full competitive scene. Kind of like how Games Workshop and Warhammer 40k is almost leaned like 90% competitive. I don't think that's what Warlord Games is trying to do with bolt action. I think they want a mixture of competitive and narrative. Narrative is great, but, you know, too much narrative and it's like a 3-day long game of Axis and allies, which is fun if that's what you're in the mood for, but sometimes it's not what people want, you know? And I've always been a fan of, if someone paid for their models and someone built their models and painted their models, I hate trying to tell someone how they should play with their models, you know? So I'm trying to be better. I'm trying to grow and be more. I'm trying to get more splinters on my ass on sitting on the fence between narrative and competitive. To be fair, I know damn well it makes me a fence sitter, and I'm okay with that. You know, especially if I'm going to try and foster a laid-back wargaming community, like I'm trying to do. So yeah, I'm gonna start straddling that fence, no matter how uncomfortable it is on the old gooch. Yeah, no, I heard similar. I heard similar scuttlebutt. What I'm thinking they're doing is I'm thinking they're gonna try and be a good stepping stone between Warhammer 40k to Bolt Action. I think Bolt Action will always be their big selling baby, but I think if they get Conflict 47 just right, it'll be a perfect stepping stone for people who are upset from 40k to kind of come over. Yeah, so you nailed it too. Yep, exact same thing. Yeah, they're looking to be a very good conduit between Warhammer 40k and Bolt Action. What I would like to see for Conflict 47, my only wish list, honestly, it's don't do too much to the lore. I said the lore is pretty good, but my big wish list is put in rules for big games. I think Conflict 47 is where you need to see your big apocalypse style games. You know, you need almost like MechWarrior on the tabletop. People charging in with like, you know, four or six medium mechs, 2 light mechs, and a heavy mech. You know, like I want to see some big Conflict 47 games. That's the rule update I want to see for Conflict 47. Kind of like Tank War. Well, shout out to another channel I'm a huge fan of. Maybe you've seen him, Weird War. Scholar Virginia. He did a good job of doing it. Where he's a big bolt action. He's a big bolt action channel and a very good one at that. Very nice guy. Haven't met him in person, to be fair, but you know I've watched his videos and I think I've chatted with him once. Very nice guy. But he did a special Halloween episode, in which case he used a lot of zombies and it was basically very similar to the movie Overlord. So it was great. It was fun to watch, and that's kind of a good way to get historical people to kind of, like you say, break weird and play that kind of way, is to do like special Halloween events. Yes, they do. And like I said, right now, 3rd edition is very friendly towards the Germans when they're big, heavy tanks. That's why with the low dice count, it prevents me from bringing a lot of my lunge mines. And my lunge mines are the counter to a shit ton of new vehicles. So that's why I get a little annoyed at events with low dice count. I'm like, I understand you don't want the game to take too long, but what you're doing, you know, is you're really kind of screwing over some models that have individual units. Because the Imperial Japanese, like everybody else, they have medics, they have Kibatai officers, they have the lunge mines, they have a whole bunch of like very small individual units. Alright, I should be back. There we go, yep. Okay, cool. Sorry about that. There are still repairs in my area from the hurricane, so right now my internet does fluctuate. But to be fair, to be perfectly fair, they do the repairs in the middle of the night when everyone's asleep. Like I said, it's 4 a.m. where I am. So yeah, if they're gonna do repairs on like the power and the internet, you know, it's better they do it at 4 a.m. in the morning. So I can't be upset. I'm the guy streaming during weird hours. So. So yeah, if you see the stream kind of like bug out, that's all it is. They're just working on repairs. Well, I won't say which ones for safety reasons, but there are some government buildings near my location, so I think they don't want to mess with them during normal business hours or duty days. So I think that's also why they want to work in this area at night, which is perfectly fine. Absolutely no rush. Yeah, you may think it's better to be cooler, but in this area, especially after all that rain, you don't want to work at night because that's when the mosquitoes come in. These mosquitoes are big. They'll get you. Yeah, so I don't want to do her cross gold. I think that's too gimmicky. I think I'm just gonna do the top part of her cross gold, the bottom part of it, so the top part black, the bottom part of it wood. Yeah, so to me, someone who lives or is from Texas, I kind of know exactly where you are. Yeah, those caves are filled with bats. We do have bats here. Luckily, in where my area is, there's a piece of infrastructure nearby that the bats love. So the bats hang out. If you go out at night, you can hear them. They're absolutely hysterical. I've been in talks with my HOA to let me build a bat house in my backyard. But they keep telling me absolutely not. Not in a million years. Unfortunate. But that is the fun part about living where I do. It is absolutely the circle life out here. We have tons of lizards that run around and snakes. And you know, the lizards eat the bugs, the snakes eat the lizards. Birds pick up the snakes. You can literally get a cigar and a glass of rum and step outside for a couple hours with a book, and you can literally watch the whole, like, Lion King circle of life happen in, like, 2 hours. Yeah, it's just a different world, man. I think and I understand, like I said, I try and be an understanding guy. I try and always, like, zoom out and think about it from other people's perspective. I think it's just a litigation thing. You know, if I get a bat house and what if one of those bats bites a kid and then people think it has rabies and the HOA is responsible, it's all about litigation. I understand. If I wanted to build whatever I wanted in my backyard, I'd have my own house and property, which I don't, so fair enough. I live in a place with an HOA, so that's part and parcel of having an HOA. I'm okay with that. The online persona of Tiki being chill isn't just a gimmick. I actually try and be super laid back and relaxed in my everyday life, because I can be. I work hard enough. You know, I have the income for it. More importantly, I spent my early years, you know, pumped full of adrenaline, running around in foreign countries, kicking indoors. So now in my old age, I was trying to be as chill and laid back as possible. Like, I think, like, my my role model is, like, hold on, I'm trying to think. Like, somewhere between Oogway the turtle and I'm trying to think who's a really funny, like, drunk. I don't know. I can't think of a really funny drunk off the top of my head, but kind of like between Archer and Oogway, if that makes sense. Yeah, you're right. Like I said, I've been to enough places where people did not get along, and it didn't stop at a verbal argument. So I'm in no rush to see that again. So if I can live here and be peaceful, I'm pretty stoked about it. Sit here and paint my models. Drink my rum. This one I think will go a little bit faster because she didn't have a big old like tombstone to paint. Yeah. Oh man, obviously what a great line, man. That's what you should put on a t-shirt, man. That's great. Yeah, you need to copyright that, Weird Ward. That's a slogan right there, buddy. It's a good wish and I appreciate it, but yeah, what a great slogan. Make weird. So it's funny, you know, I want to do my my Clash of the Caribbean on the Margaritaville at Sea, but there's another spot I think about doing like a locals tournament. And the reason why I'm doing it is not only do I think it's cool, but it's going to go to a good cause. Is we in my town, and it doesn't narrow it down too much. In my town, we have a World War II vessel that's still afloat, and they use it as a kind of like a museum. You can do a tour of it, but also up on deck, they put on this. They have this like little building they put up there, kind of like out of a shipping container. It's a lot nicer than that. It's nicer than it sounds. But it's like a little AC room that they put up there, and they do it for like dinners and for galas and events and stuff like that. It's really cool. So what I'm thinking I might try and do, I might talk with them and try and organize a locals bolt action event and actually host it on that ship. That way, the money we pay to rent the space, you know, nothing against local friendly gaming stores, but that way the money we pay. The problem with bolt action is a lot of local friendly gaming stores, they have to make their money. So a lot of your real estate is used up by either Yu-Gi-Oh! Or the new Disney tabletop card game, and Warhammer 40k dominates the green tops. So I may rent that space and doing it. Nice. Yeah, I'm very familiar with the USS Texas. It's kind of interesting that she's parked out by Galveston now. That's interesting, but I was very familiar with the where she used to be birthed. This bigger brush, I'm trying to get some of the bigger spots before I come in with the smaller brush. Oh yeah, I mean she was always, I mean I have a lot of childhood memories of touring that ship. She's always been sexy, but yeah, the history alone of that ship, oh my gentle Jesus. That ship has been around for a very long time, and it saw every theater of World War II. I mean, so what was interesting about it is, and it's something always good to consider with military tactics, is she was an older ship when World War II started off, right? She was like one of the earlier dreadnoughts. So with that being said, as they were cranking out newer and better battleships, they didn't want to risk them. They want to hold them in reserve either for naval action in the Pacific or, you know, stuff in Atlantic. They didn't want to risk those ships because they're so expensive and so few. But the Texas, oh hell no, she was an old like dreadnought from World War One. Like fuck it, you know, use that thing anywhere you want. It's kind of like how you drive. It's kind of like how a pizza delivery guy will drive like an old '90s Camry or a Toyota Corolla. You know, like absolutely no shit's given, 4 on the floor. You know, just flying that thing around, driving it like you stole it. That was literally how the Texas was, and she kept a lot of her crew. So she didn't have some of the same size guns or some of the same fire control programs that other ships did. But she had an experienced crew who put up with absolutely no shit. And so that's why you see them in every campaign. They were in the Pacific. I'm pretty sure they supported Torch in Africa. They're infamous for what they did with Normandy. If you don't know, there's another guy, Fat Electrician, does a much better job of covering it. But the Texas was hilarious. She was known for her AA. That's why a lot of ships or a lot of commanders liked using the USS Texas in their naval operations, is because she was basically a floating AA island with guns, with like actual like cannons as well. But she had a shit ton, like an unhealthy amount of anti-aircraft weaponry. Anyways, during D-Day, because some of their targets were beyond their gun capacity because they had smaller guns than modern battleships, they figured out to start flooding their torpedo protected blister tanks. You know, so they flooded those and it literally gangster leaned the ship and allowed for a better altitude on their guns and able to deliver their shells in range. So they sailed as close to the shore as they absolutely possibly could, and then half sank her on purpose just to lob additional shells on the island. And again, they got closer to the shore where they were well within the range of German 88s, giving absolutely no shits, and just threw more shells because they know every shell they threw up on the shore was saving, you know, an allied life, be they American, Canadian, or British or French partisan. So it's a super cool thing. Hey, what's going on, Nathan? Sorry, I was in the middle of talking starry-eye about the USS Texas. And I was just talking about you earlier about how you got me basically mainlining XCOM 2 for like 2 weeks, taking up all my off-duty time. But I'm glad you did. Playing XCOM 2 for like 2 weeks straight with a whole bunch of mods, it gave me all sorts of modeling ideas for my army, which I highly appreciate. I literally built like a neo-imperial Japanese army, you know, for XCOM to fight the Advent, and I used a lot of some of the mods I used. I pulled voice packs from Total War, Shogun, a lot of armor from stuff like that. So all my guys had like mixtures of samurai armor and modern day equipment, a lot of Red Alert voice lines and shit like that. My psionic troops were all like Sailor Moon style, which was super neat, and that's the style I'm going to do for my Kimpatai. I'm going to have them be like telepathic special police, you know, so they're going to look like Sailor Moon style. Dude, it was a lot of fun. Yeah, you're right. Playing XCOM 2 with mods was absolutely hilarious. Oh, it's still not. So my favorite time waster with the game that'll always get me for customization will always be Arma 3. Arma 3 has so much stuff out for it. You don't even need the mod for Arma 3 to be good. There's so much stuff to customize and do. But XCOM 2 with mods, pretty damn close. Like I said, I used it to give me a lot of good design ideas. I was able to like, kind of like how I used to use the old Dawn of War games to figure out how you wanted to paint your Space Marines kind of thing. Same thing, I got to really customize and play around with some ideas in XCOM 2 to figure out how I want my Conflict 47 Imperial Japanese to look, you know, like a very Neo style. Took a lot of inspiration from some old photos I found, some Red Alert 3, some Advance Wars. One of the mods I did was the one where you put in your own music. So for my game, I had a whole bunch of, it was the Cyberpunk 2077 soundtrack plus some of my own music, because I have a couple of radio stations built for Gaslands. I just don't put them on my YouTube channel yet. Only because I'm avoiding YouTube's wrath with the whole copyright thing. So once that goes away, I'll put up on my radio stations that I built. But yeah, I had like Cyberpunk music going on. Dude, it was a vibe, as the kids would say. With my very World War II style, like all the weapons were like painted with like kind of wood, so I used like brown and like the tundra pattern to make it look like wood. So it was like a very Neo, kind of like the Gate anime. It's like a very Neo style World War II IJA, but with like cyberpunk music, and it was neat. It was a lot of fun, man. Too much fun. It took all my time off. Kept finding myself like, oh, one more mission. Jesus. Alright, that's enough of the big brush. So we got this nun's habit going. So she's got a little bit of skin showing. She's got stock. It's not a traditional habit, obviously. Stockings. It's got a little bit of an M cut in it. And so we got the habit on the back. Now they get the other parts when you use a smaller brush. By the way, those of you in the chat or those watching the stream, if you're interested in playing Space Marine 2, if you haven't played Space Marine 2 yet, I do play it myself. I'm still a somewhat 40k fan. Nathan X 2000 put out an amazing review on it. He does a good job of not hitting the spoilers too bad. So I highly recommend you go and watch it. It is amusing, and I think it's a fair take. So yeah, just to let you know, Nathan, I thought you did a good job. You can tell you like 40k, you can tell you like the lore, but you can also tell you didn't just like fangirl and give it the highest praise. I felt like you get it just right. You know, yeah. I think you did a good job with the review, man. So I was trying to think of a better term for it, but no, I think you did a good job. Because I see people either go one way or the other. People are like, it's not as good as people say because I want to be contrarian for clicks. Or people are like, oh my god, this is the best thing ever. You know, death to this type of gaming because I also want to be contrarian for clicks. It felt like you took the assignment seriously. You sat down and it sounded like you kept your audience in mind, like what people would play and what people would appreciate. Yeah, paintbrushes keep dropping them. But yeah, man, good job. From my opinion, like, what the fuck do I know, right? I don't put out any review videos, so from my humble, small opinion, I thought it was a good job. I need to put out more videos. I do these live streams, luckily, but that's not enough. I need to get back to making my videos. I've just been super busy. Editing is the mind killer, man. That's what gets me. I have plenty of like raw stuff recorded, just editing it all just makes me want to put my like head in a blender and hit puree.
No joke. That is why I find doing these live streams, which I do enjoy. I love chatting with you guys. I think it's awesome. And as you can tell, I'm just absolutely slaying my gray. It's good for that, and it's also good because it gives me some stuff that I actually don't have to edit. But I think I'm getting a little too used to that, so I need to get back and actually do some legit videos. Like I keep saying, I actually have a day off on Tuesday, so I'm pretty excited to get some stuff done for the channel. I've done all my home repairs. You know, I've gotten back to life as usual since the double hurricanes of October, so I should be able to get back to business. Also, Nathan, I'm glad to see there was another VoxWorks video out. I really enjoy y'all's podcast. I'm trying to get my guys together from Quiet Order Gaming to do another podcast, you know, but everyone's still pretty busy. But I'm trying to get the boys back together. Hopefully with yours out there, it can kind of help me convince me to get some of my guys back together and do our video. Yeah, if you guys are interested, like I said, he has a good podcast out there called VoxWorks. If you want something else, additionally, ours is less 40K version, more just general tabletop style and etiquette, and ours is called Quiet Order Gaming. It's got some pretty funny guys funnier than me, and guys who are better at voice acting, so they're pretty humorous. All right, none's coming together. Yeah, I don't think an N-shaped dress is standard convent issue. I got a little black on the stocking. I'll have to go back and fix that. Damn. No, man. Yeah, I don't mean to make you feel uncomfortable. No, I like good content on YouTube. So much content is just the same thing. If you've ever seen even videos that say they're not drama videos, like channels that used to be cool like 2 or 3 years ago, something slightly contrarian will happen in like modern geek culture, and they'll all make the exact same video. And it's like, cool, with the exact same take, with the exact same clip, just with different voices. Awesome. So, you know, well, now that I see there's new channels, you know, I just want to do anything I can personally to kind of, you know, be honest, but also encourage them where I can. Like I said, I'm old enough to remember YouTube back in 2006 when nobody was doing the same thing. Everybody was doing something new and fun and funny, you know, because there wasn't profit. So anytime I see a good channel, stuff like that, I try and do what I can to help out where I can. Not help out, but just encourage it.
And no, you can keep asking, but I'm not taking you out for tapas. I refuse. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it, but I think that would actually be counterintuitive. Not in a weird way. It's like an ancient, curse, knock on wood. But I said as long as I make somebody like laugh or I make someone have a good day at least once a week, I'm happy. But my goal is to just stay under the radar. Very early in this channel, I pissed off YouTube, and it did not go well for me whatsoever. I'm pretty sure my shit's still throttled because of it. So I've learned, just like in my life and my job and time in the military, I want to be good enough to make a difference to help people, but I also want to absolutely hide. All right, hey, Weird War, thanks for chatting with us, buddy. Keep it weird. Keep it weird, man. Yeah, definitely kick me some of those pictures of those Japanese models if you remember on Facebook. I'll take a look at them. But sleep well, brother. But no, I appreciate that, Nathan. But no, I'm absolutely want to stay, because I said I'll never monetize my channel. So if it gets notified, YouTube just reaps the benefits. So I kind of just want to make people happy and just kind of stay below the radar. Kind of be like one of those household names. Like, it was one of the cooler feelings was during Warlord Open. There were some people that were talking, and someone said they kept hearing like my name be brought up. Kind of like a humble brag, I guess. But I'm a nobody like channel. People are like, oh yeah, Tiki did it. And someone else like, oh, I know Tiki. I'm like, who the hell is this guy? Like, why are people talking about this random ass American? That was really cool. So I'm trying to keep it like, sneaky beaky style. I mean, I'll let it grow naturally. The more people like sub and stuff like that, I think that's super cool. But I don't mind. I get to reach more people, make more people happy. But yeah, I'm definitely not looking for it. I know everybody says that in the beginning. I get it. Everybody says that when they have no views, and when they get views, it's different. I appreciate that, but I don't think I'll ever change. Yeah, no, that'd be cool. Yeah, no, I appreciate it, man. I know you're doing your part for that too, and I appreciate all the shout outs. It means a lot. But yeah, right now we're working on our nuns, but I like to use these as my my spies. I have 3 nuns, I put a number on the bottom, and when you do a mission, one of them's a spy. So do you grab 1, do you grab 2, do you kill them all, or try and capture them all? So I used to use, I didn't have any, so I was using like these like village strumpet models from D&D, but now I actually have these models, so I'm trying to paint them up and get them ready for a demo game on Tuesday. I say demo game, I don't know if anyone's showing up. I'll be there.
So the headdress for the habit's kind of the hardest part. Figuring out exactly how I want this.
Alright, so there we go. I think I painted the other side a little too dark in. I may go back over that in white, I'm not sure. Yeah, the head parts of the habit are kind of weird.
You can't really, I'm sure nuns are nice and all, but you can't really ask one to like sit there and model for you. Yeah, I'm definitely going to go back over this model and fix it with white. Damn.
It's not good, I completely broke it. Slightly touched it and it popped off. Alright, let me fix that real quick. That was an unexpected event. And not have completely shattered at the shin tops like Cotton Hill from King of the Hill for 500, but this was not on my bingo card. Oh, sorry about that. I forgot I was muted, so I had to fix that. My apologies. No, it's a cool model. The M-shaped dress is kind of hard to paint without getting black paint on the white stockings. That's actually kind of a pain. But what I was saying is, now a lot of those store designs are done. I can edit during the week while I'm working, but more importantly, hopefully I can work on some background tracks. So we can get some of our own custom music for our little chill space here. Alright, so the back part of the habit looks good. I gotta clean up some of the front. Really gotta clean up that black spot I put on the white stocking. Then I gotta do the staff. Then the third done. Yeah, doing these nun. I guess you call them pinup nuns. I guess these modified nun habits with like the end cut and the tall white stockings. They look cool. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, they can be difficult to paint. Yeah. So like I said, I'm extremely apolitical, especially for the channel. But that's my first day off in a long time. Ironically enough, is Tuesday. I already voted in person early, so I was just like, well, I have the whole day off. You know, I was gonna go to the gaming store, but you know, who knows if anyone will be there. Oh, I finally got that spot I've been trying to mess with for like 5 minutes. Nice. All right, let me clean up her face that I messed up, and then fix the white, and then I'll hit that staff. Yeah, Nathan, you missed it. I was so discombobulated. I've been working so much. I started my stream an hour early without realizing it. So I'm sitting here bebopping along, suddenly my alarm goes off. You know, they let me know like 30 minutes before I need to stream, and I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, shit. I was like, oh no. So, the stream actually gets a free hour. Free extra hour, as it were. A solid question. I have a wildly unhealthy love affair with Coke Zero. I came across Coke Zero for the first time while I was deployed, because of the nature of my position. I talked a little about this last stream, without getting too, hopping on soapbox and ranting. Appropriate leadership, particularly for the military, as a leader always is last. You eat last, you sleep last, you relax last. Like if you're relaxing, or if you're sitting down to a warm, comfortable meal, something might be wrong. Somewhere you have a troop who doesn't have that. You need to be checking on your troops. That's kind of hammered into you, right? So a lot of people joke around about the Air Force having like lobster in the chow halls and everything being super nice, and that can be true. In my career field, I never got to see it, because we're always out in the field, always busy. And then once you hit non-commissioned officer, if you're having time to sit on a chow hall on a duty day, you're really messing up. You're kind of a POS, right? So all this being said, goes into Afghanistan. I think I was at Bagram for I think like 4 to 6 months, in and out. It's because of the mission. I did a lot of flyaway stuff. Anyways, so I was there anywhere between like 4 to 6 months. I think I had 3 hot meals at that base. Because there was just never time for me to grab a hot meal, which is fine. That's part of the deployment. But the reason why I say that is because I lived, and I'm telling you, I lived off a midnight cigarette, my Coke Zeros, and whatever cereal, like in these little like pre-packed little small little bowls they had different kind of cereals. So usually I'd have one of my troops grab me like, hey man, I'm busy. When you go to the chow hall, sit down and eat your meal. On the way out, can you grab me a Coke Zero, So, and then one of them would have me, I'd like stockpile like these little cereal pods like in my room or something like that. So I'd grab one out of my pack and like eat it. I think my favorite one was like Crave, Krave, right? So, but I always have everyone, I was like, hey, when you go to the chow hall, just grab me a Coke Zero. Because other than drinking a shit ton of water like you're supposed to, that is what kept me going. When I checked on my postal patrols, when I checked on like my static posts, sometimes they had a coffee maker. I had one kid who made like diesel fuel, like jet fuel, JP8 style coffee that would make it was so strong the coffee cup would get up, grow legs, and walk off the tabletop kind of thing, So, I drank his coffee a lot, but you can't drive around with a coffee cup, so I actually used one of those classic canteen cups as my coffee cup. I still have that thing. That thing is beat to hell too. But the whole point is getting, you know, my midnight cigarette, what little cereal I could scavenge, but Coke Zeros. I literally lived off the caffeine from Coke Zeros almost my whole time when I was in country. So when I came back, I actually brought one back with me. I don't know how I was able to smuggle it through customs, but I legit brought back a Afghan can of Coke Zero, and it's up in my study with all my other like military artifacts from my service as like a pride jewel. So to this day, I am absolutely in love with Coke Zero. So it may not have been the answer you're looking for, buddy. I went off on a whole tirade, but there you go. I fucking love Coke Zero. I drink a lot of water. I drink coffee, but Coke Zero is my second love. No, so this kid, so the cool thing about my job in the Air Force is it's not special forces, but because it's the closer you can get to not being special forces, like you still do ground combat stuff like that, we get a lot of not washouts, we get a lot of like medical people from the actual, you know, special forces or the special forces pipeline for the Air Force. So we get a lot of, you know, people who they'll make it like all the way to like the last week and they'll break their leg, you know, so boom, they get pushed out of the pipeline, their leg heals, they just throw them into our career field, which is great for us because when you're a front level leadership, you find these kids and you find what they're good at and you put them in that role. Like I had one kid who was like almost a graduate of like survival training, you know, and I'm like, hey man, I was like, you're gonna be, you know, I put him in jobs where we'd use that stuff a lot. And that was the kid who could make the coffee that was, I'm talking, you didn't know what sleep was for 2 days. Like, you could hear your hair grow. Yeah, that kid made some serious coffee. Yeah, we got, and other people who get pissed at their career fields for being boring, they jump into ours. So we had, like, prior mechanics. We had, like, prior aircraft like, flight personnel. So we had a wide range of people with, like, prior skills. So you learn to employ that shit pretty cool. Like I had one kid who came from a career field where he was certified to drive every ground vehicle, you know, the Air Force had. So we absolutely used him as like our legal thief. You know, we was sitting there like, hey, we gotta move this vehicle. Like, how are we gonna do that? I'm like, you can drive a tow. He's like, I could drive any fucking thing around. I was like, buddy, go steal a tow. I was like, come over here, grab, like, crank and yank that bitch and take it off the flight line. He's like, can I do that? I was like, we're the cops. We can do whatever the hell we want. It's like, you're fine. Just wear your beret. I was like, you'll be fine. So we're doing the after action report, and our flight chief is like, how the hell did you move like a 1.5 ton vehicle off the flight line? I was like, well, we did a, you know, everyone likes to use the whole strategically, tactically, the whole SEAL acronym. We used the term, it was a military requisition for the duration of a tactical situation. I was like, oh, it's a temporary military requisition for the duration of a strategic situation. She's like, did you steal something? I was like, we put it back, to be fair. So, yeah. That's what I always tell people. If you're decently competent and you're not scared and you're of good health and you're still young, I highly recommend going to the military, man. You could get thrown in some situations you'll never see again anywhere else. Stuff they don't put in movies. Stuff that would never happen, you know, like you would get put in these hilarious situations. Sometimes. Other times it could be absolutely terrible, you never know. So, your mileage may vary. I loved it. I just finally got hurt and too old, so. Yeah, sorry to go on a rant, but thinking about, I said I can't think about Coke Zero and not think about Afghanistan. Good times. Sometimes. Yes, I was afraid of that. Once I use this white, it makes the other white not look white. It makes it look more like bone, which it's in the name Wraithbone, so that's on me. So yeah, I'm gonna have to go through and actually go over the white for each one of these. There's a good commercial out there for you, Nathan. Speaking of Pepsi, it's one of the best commercials I've seen in recent years. It says Pepsi chases nothing chases pizza like Pepsi, and it's basically saying, you know, if you order a pizza, order a Pepsi. You know, good advertisement. But they're paying these people. It's like guerrilla film. They're paying these people in like Pepsi wrapped sports cars to chase down pizza delivery people, and like also deliver a 12-pack of Pepsi with a pizza. You know, the Uber drivers and pizza delivery drivers are getting so pissed and annoyed with them. You know, it's pretty funny. Definitely worth watching. It's clearly staged, but it is very, very funny. It's like one of the few funny commercials I've seen in a long time, short of like Super Bowl commercials. Oh yeah, this white's gonna be a pain in the ass. Yeah, it makes that pop and stand out a little bit more. It's alright. But yeah, see, it can be done with Citadel white paint. It may not be as good or as easy as others, but it actually can be done. It is possible. What a model broke. It kept dropping it.
That'll do it. Dropping a model will break it. Gravity is a heartless bitch sometimes.
Is that the one? It's not. I guess it's not a plot twist. Is that the one with the Bio Titan? It's a yes, and I really did enjoy it. I play with my brothers who they're not big into the war. Not that they don't enjoy it. Like they're getting into it, but they're not like huge Warhammer 40K like lore guys. So yeah, the beginning of it, they could not get me past that scene. I'm like, no, I want to stay here. I was like, oh, look at that. I was like, oh, that's a a Lehman Russ. It's like, oh yeah, look, it's got this sponsor, look, it's got that kid. I was like, oh, look at this over here. Like, stop it, we gotta move on. I was like, no, look at this. The beginning of that mission, I was like freaking out. And then later when they do the, it's not really a spoiler, I guess, when they get to the Icarus last cannons, I was like, oh yeah. I was like, back in 7th, you had the choice when you took the Aegis defense line. Do you want the quad gun, the quad autocannon? Do you want the Icarus last cannons? Like, I always went the quad autocannon myself, I was like, I always took the, I just kept going on and on, like, shut up. Or one was like, oh, that's really cool. Do you know how to turn on a generator and charge it? I'm like, alright, I get it, fine. Let me just clean up her face again, and then she'll be done except for the cross on the top of her staff, which I gotta do black, but I gotta do the black for the next nun anyways, so that works. Yeah, I think my first love, I think I love playing as a heavy with a heavy bolter. Yeah, that's definitely my favorite class, but my second favorite is definitely the sniper. And I use just the regular sniper rifle, no knockoff, half-ass last cannon. The stalker bolter is cool. I do like the stalker bolter. But yeah, heavy bolter is life. I use a heavy bolter. I generally go for the one that has the most ammo. I think now that I'm doing like purple or gold tier, purple or like relic tier, I think I'm going the accuracy one as well. But yeah, I generally go for the most ammo. If I'm fighting Tyranids, I pack a bolt pistol. If I'm fighting some of those Egyptian warp fuckery kids, I pack a plasma pistol. But I would definitely like to see, I think everybody has something they want to see, of course, I guess. But, you know, benefit of being my stream, I guess I can talk about it. What I'd like to see is more heavy weapons, especially for the heretic side. So I'd like to see... I'd like to see missile launcher, the autocannon, you know, the fucking Reaper chain gun. Tell me that wouldn't be cool. I'll have to take a look, Nathan. It does that sometimes with your comments. I don't know why. I don't know why, like, I guess my YouTube doesn't like your comments for whatever reason, but it definitely has hit some of your comments before. It's driving me crazy. Overall, I think the game is great, but yeah, that's one thing I'd like to see is just I would love to see a missile launcher. I think a slow loading missile launcher, you know, and you can swap between crack and frag. That would be awesome because you run into that classic dilemma you run into any game where you can play a tank. You know, where you're driving, you know, you think you're going to see a tank, so you load an anti-tank shell and it's just a bunch of infantry. You're like, fuck, shoot it and load in another shell. Nathan, I was taking a look. I thought I saw that. I'm pretty sure I did. But these last couple of days, it was like last week. It's just kind of like blurred together. Been working for like a week straight, so I'm kind of just like it's like one long blur. But I will take a look. But I thought your grade of an 8 out of 10 was fair. Like, I don't want this to sound like a controversial opinion, but, and I mean this in the best way possible, it was as good to me as the first Space Marine. It did some things better, it did some things I think maybe not as good. No, like, one long blur, like, oh god, yeah, no, I'm fine, it's just, you know, it's just a long work cycle. No, like I said, I got a day off on Tuesday, so I'm stoked. I'm perfectly fine. I appreciate that, though. But no, I think Space Marine 2 was a sequel to Space Marine 1. Not an improvement, not a 100% improvement in every way, but that's okay. I think it was a sequel, and I think it's okay, if that makes sense. You know, like it felt like a good sequel, but not a complete re-envisioning. And so for the time, for the time that video games came out, I think it avoided a lot of the stuff that could have made it bad. But I don't think you get points for not doing bad shit, you know? If that makes sense. It's like, hey, do I get a sticker for not committing a crime? Like, no, you're not supposed to commit crimes. So I don't really think you get any, like, bonus points in my books for not putting shitty stuff in your games. But at the same point in time, the fact that they avoided it is impressive. I think the game is better and worse, but that means it's just as good as the first game. And I think that's high praise, because the first game was great. I think it's going to put a huge kick in the dick on Starship Trooper Extermination. I think Starship Extermination really messed up their deployment schedule. They put out their beta before Space Marine, which got a lot of hype. So the problem is you have Space Marine Extinction. That's the first-person shooter, because there's two. There's Terran Command, which is an RTS, and there's Extinction, which is a first-person shooter. So you have Starship Trooper Extermination, you have Helldivers 2, and you have Space Marine 2. All within, like, not the same window, but like a pretty... They're all fighting for the same customer base. Warhammer 40k just has the built-in IP. Helldivers is building its own IP. They're doing a decent job at that. And Starship Troopers has Starship Troopers. So I will be fair. So this is my take on this, and this goes for Starship Troopers Extinction, this goes for Helldivers 2, and it goes for Space Marine 2. I understand the competitive scene, I do, but I can tell you this as an older gamer, because I am getting older. I work a lot, but that gives me disposable income to buy fun things, you know. So when I'm finally not at work and I sit down to play a game, I can't tell you how frustrating it is to make progress in something, save that progress, come back, and shit changes. What I mean by that is stop nerfing things in PvE. You can make things harder, I'm totally okay with that. I'm okay with you making it more difficult, where I'm like, man, this was not as bad. But when you nerf and try and balance certain weapons in PvE, stop. Like, it's because you'll spend like a weekend doing a whole build. You're like, oh, this is fun. Yeah, you'll spend all week thinking about it. You sat down to play it again. And because you're not terminally online, you don't know about the new meta shift and the shit that was fine that you spent in-game money, or more importantly, time of your life, you know, leveling up and getting ready and excited about, isn't as viable as it used to be just because somebody somewhere else thought so and changed it on you while you were off doing something else. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's my bugbear. I swear to God, nerfing shit in PvE games is infuriating. Now, PvP, I understand. You gotta keep things. I do understand that. I'll meet you halfway. If you want to constantly adjust things for PvP, I get it. But nerfing weapons or nerfing things in PvE is infuriating, to the point where sometimes I will legitimately uninstall a game. Like, that's why I don't play Helldivers 2 anymore. I haven't played Helldivers 2 in a minute. I got sick of being excited and enjoying something just to have my shit get nerfed for no reason, just to make something else. No. Because then once you do that, you know, even if you don't follow through with releasing shitty DLC, it's gonna feel like you'll nerf some weapons just to put out a DLC for a new weapon, you know, and it's gonna look, it may not numbers-wise be that way, but it's gonna feel like you're doing it that way. Yeah, no, I was there for it. Yeah, no, and that's what I was saying. Space Marine 2 did it and they changed it. Like, I didn't mind that they made stuff harder. That's okay. I'm okay with them making stuff harder. I am okay with that. No big deal. You can make the enemies more difficult, or you can make the difficulty spike a little bit. I'm okay with that. But don't nerf my shit. Something I've unlocked in your game, something I've played to unlock in your game, don't go back and change that on me. Now, you can change the difficulty around it, or you can change the stuff I haven't unlocked, but if I've unlocked it, it should be grandfathered. Outside of PvP, I understand where that's unfair. Granted, fair, solidly good point. But on PvE, if I unlock it, it should be grandfathered in. It should be fair. That shit drives me up the wall. Now, that being said, to be fair also, I'm trying to be, God, how many times have I said fair, right? Trying to be as impartial as possible. That's for released games. Now, if I'm playing a game that's in its alpha or beta stage, I understand that you're free to change whatever the hell you want. I understood that when I bought the game in alpha and beta. I think that's fair. But if your game is released and you nerf PvE shit, yeah. 100% not a fan. Small changes I understand. So if you incorporate a new weapon and it's a little stronger than it needs to be, that's okay. I also understand that too. Like, hey, we're going to scale that back. You know, we'll say like frag grenades where we accidentally put something in the code where frag grenades are doing 500% damage. Hey, we had to scale that back. That I understand. But I'm not a min-maxer or a wacko, whatever you want to call it, so I don't like exploit stuff. I just pick what I think is fun and fluffy. But that's how I play. Some people play differently, and that's okay too. So some people like that, you know, some people like finding the exploits and doing the exploits. That's cool. But usually those people aren't PvE people. Like, and again, I don't know anything about video game development, so I'm just an asshole here. But like all the time going into rebalancing PvE weapons and stuff like that, like just design another Tyranid to throw in. But the best thing, so here's my tip. Again, a guy who knows nothing, right, for Saber. If you develop something and you develop a Tyranid to put in the game, don't tell anybody. Keep it as quiet as you can. I'm talking like super secret. Because imagine just playing a game and then running across an actual Gene Stealer. Not reading an update for it, not knowing they're put out there, but running across a Gene Stealer for the first time. And it's just jumping your shit and ripping you apart. Like, what the fuck was that? That would be awesome. Like, I think putting Gene Stealers in the game but not telling anybody and just hiding them throughout certain maps and only make them jump out randomly. Holy shit, would that be hilarious. Because think about it, it's also good for branding because people who stream, when they actually capture that on stream, it's going to be a huge moment. They're going to clip it. They're going to put it out on YouTube. That gets a whole lot of clicks and traction. It's great for advertising. But yeah, when you put in a new Tyranid unit, just don't tell anybody. Let people find it and put it on stream, you know? Like, imagine playing on one of the harder difficulties, you know, and you're trying to take on the Hive Tyrant on the operation, and out of nowhere, one of your guys literally just gets jumped by a Gene Stealer. You're like, oh my god, oh shit! Like, that would be awesome. Yeah, that's very Tyranidded, you know? Or something that's probably even easier to code is on one of the operations where you actually, I'm trying to think, yeah, it's the high tyrant one where you first start and there's a couple Imperial Guardsmen fighting off a wave of Tyranids running up that ramp. What would be really cool is out of one of the sides, you could have more Imperial Guardsmen come, but they're not Imperial Guardsmen. Just use the same coding you did for the Cultist, you know, but just give some of them 3 arms or give them kind of weird looking faces, and boom, you got Genestealer Cult. You're like, yeah, it's more Imperial Guardsmen. Next thing you know, you're starting to get hit in the side by like snipers. You're like, what the shit is this? You turn around and they're Genestealer Cult. You're like, oh, damn it. Why? It can even be like subtle hits. Like in the beginning, you can notice like a lot of the Imperial Guardsmen are bald. You know, like one of the guys working on a tank has like 3 arms. You're like, that's kind of weird, right? And then later on, you get like ambushed by Genestealer Cult, which just use the exact same models you do for the Cadians or for the Imperial Guard Cultist, and you know, just do a little bit of cosmetic changes to make them look like Genestealer Cult. Because the one weapon they could have that would make them really dangerous is give them maybe not melta bombs, because I think that's too powerful, but give them crack grenades. Because at this time nobody has crack grenades other than you, but you could basically say those are demo charges, you know, and give them fucking crack grenades. There you go, Saber. If you happen to find this random ass stream in the middle of nowhere, please take all those ideas for free. No shutout required. It's your game, so take all the credit. But if you do want to pay it forward, Saber, just put some Red Corsair drip in the heritage. So I think that was in your video. So I watched a lot of reviews at the same time. I'm not gonna lie, Nathan. I'm pretty sure it was in your video, or it might have been in the Voxworks podcast when you guys were talking about the customization for the Heretic Marines, you know, multiplayer, and how it's not as good as what you guys wanted. I agree with what y'all said, but it didn't bother me because, you know, me, I'm Red Corsair. So we take people from all sides. We take, you know, former loyalists. We take heretics from every single, you know, chapter there is. So the fact that they all had different chaos gods, you know, that the fact that there was a, you know, a Nurgle Plague Marine, that there was a Khorne Berserker, that all fits for Red Corsairs, baby. You know, I paid them all as, you want a Alpha Legion sniper? Yeah, Alpha Legion guy, definitely, Alpha Legion would definitely be in the Red Corsairs. What a great place to get intel, you know? So yeah, I painted them all as Red Corsairs. And it actually fit my meta very well. So I understood everybody else's complaint about that, but I was like, for once, it actually worked out for me. I was like, they look great. Oh, man. I miss Billy the Nid, the Kellermorph, man. Kellermorph was absolutely no joke. Yeah, so if we go from, so easy idea would literally just be use Genestealer Cult. You know, you already have the Cadians, you already have the Cultists, use the same mechanics, just paint them up, just make them look a little bit different. You already have your next enemy for the game. Now, if you want to bump it up, make it a little bit better, you can throw in the a Genestealer, or like you're saying, the Kellermorph. So the way you could model the Kellermorph in the game is imagine him getting gun strikes. Like you can literally do like a little red circle to signify like he has a gun strike on you. You know, like you could give him a chance where he's like aiming. You know, you can see him like kind of reaching for his pistols. You know, that he gets like literally 3 gun strikes on you. So it's like bam, 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 almost like stun lock. Like it would suck and it would really hurt, you know, but you're like, oh shit, it's a Kellermorph, drop him. You know, that could be like one of those little special characters. I forget what it is, like Terminus Enemy or something like that. You know, literally kind of rolls around, give him his cloak, and he reaches down, and he pulls out his pistols, and just either does 3 gun strikes on one person, or because he has 3 arms, it works great. He could hit all 3 characters. He does a gun strike on each person, just pop, pop, pop. You know, easy to counter with an iron halo or like rolling out of the way. But that would be really cool. You know, imagine Kellamorph just popping up and just doing gun strikes on people. It doesn't even have to be a strong attack, but just getting a gun strike in, you know, that'd be great. Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff in the Gene Stealer Cult and Gene Stealer that they could put in that game. It fits the lore, you know, everything works out really well. Yeah, Extremis, there it is, yeah. Yeah, you could do him as either. Honestly, I would have Billy the Nid. I would have the Kellamorph as an Extremist, and I'd have a Gene Stealer as a Terminus. I think a Gene Stealer just popping up out of nowhere, just would be absolutely terrifying. You don't have to give them cloaking or anything like that. They're just dangerous. They hit hard and they're fast. Yeah, no, I get that, Nathan, but like I said, as a Red Corsair, it worked out perfectly for me, man. Me personally, I like my Red Corsair as Renegade Space Marines. You know, I like them looking just like Loyalist Space Marines, but with better gear, with like more gear, and the Codex Astartes and taxes thrown out the window. But you know, with all of them coming from different war bands, or all of them coming from different chapters, that works for my war band. You know. So I painted them to look. I always have 2 paint schemes. I have the traditional Red Corsair, so it's black upper legs, red bottom legs, red armor, and I use the Imperial Fist. I use the Imperial Fist decal, and I swap the colors to where it's a black fist on a red background. So it's easy to do. I have all that for my Chaos guys, and then I have my custom warband, which actually I got you on stream. So here, if you've never seen them before, here are my Red Corsairs. So you can tell they're painted black because they're space pirates. I want them to blend in the void, and they're on a ship. So you can tell this guy, look, he's got a spare knife, a spare mag pouch back here. Up on his pauldron, he's got some extra grenades, some extra ammo pouches. He's packing a Melta, and then boom, over here he's got even more mag pouches, and then he's got his Red Corsair pauldron. So these guys are my custom warband. They're called the Sawtooth Squadron, and I'll show you why. So I called them the Sawtooth Squadron. Again, you can tell this guy extra knives, extra ammo, all sorts of cool stuff, right? And I like to put them like kind of hiding behind cover because I know it's very unlike Space Marines. And with all this stuff, it was to kind of look like a spaceship interior, you know? But again, these guys, you can tell there's this pauldron. There's a... Oops, sorry, you can't see it. There's a backup pistol, you know, cast style. But I call them Sawtooth Squadron because they have chain bayonets. I thought a chain bayonet would be the go-to weapon for like ship-to-ship void ship combat. You know, think about it. You toss a couple frags and a crack through a port hatch, and you go through with a bolter with a drum mag and a chain bayonet. I thought that would be the preferred way to clear void ships. So yeah, I have my own quote-unquote warband for, like, they're loyal to the Red Corsairs. They're just renegade Space Marines. In my lore, they come from the chapter Knights Errant. Marines Errant. I say Knights Errant. Marines Errant. And they're just renegade. They swapped over to the Red Corsairs. They're tired of following the stupid Codex Astartes. They're tired of paying taxes. You know? So now they just load up full kit, full ammo as much as they can. Because once you board a ship, there is no resupply. You know? So they need to bring all their ammo and weapon with them. And they use chain bayonets. So that's why they're called the Sawtooth Squadron. So yeah, I have my own headcanon, my own little warband, but they are still Red Corsairs. So that's why I'm happy. In the game, I have my guys painted as actual Red Corsairs, but then I also have them painted as my custom Salsu Squadron. You know, so like black armor with the red pauldron and the emblem. To be a nerd, I built that model just using the old school Firstborn Space Marine tactical box. So I bought a tactical box. I bought some stuff, I think, from like Anvil Miniatures, some like extra mag pouches and knives and bayonets and some chain bayonets, and that's how I built them. I took a look at the rules for the Chaos Legionnaire kill team, like what models you could take, and I made sure, you know, I'm a nerd about WYSIWYG, so I made sure on every model is WYSIWYG. You know, so they have all the stuff they need. Like one guy who has like 2 knives, I gave him 2 knives. You know, my favorite one is there's an icon bearer. So again, you're not going to carry a giant flag when you're boarding a ship. That's dumb and not tactical. So this is really cool. For my icon bearer, he actually has a skull and crossbones on his pauldron. It's actually a legit skull and bones on his pauldron, you know, to signify that they are space pirates. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the cross being black. I think it's kind of cool. I don't know if I need to do like silver metal. I don't want to do gold. Yeah, I think I'm gonna leave it black. The more I look at it, I think I kind of like it. All right, now for the last nun. But hey, thanks for the compliment. Yeah, as soon as I read about the Red Corsairs, dude, they became my favorite. They became my favorite like chapter / warband of all time. I get it. I 100% get it. Like, I want to like the Void Tridents, but they're all Primars, and I don't like Primars. Nothing against Primars. Some people do like Primars. That's okay. Like what you like. I'm an old head. I like my Firstborn. Primars, however it's pronounced. Yeah, the inspiration I took for those guys, if you've ever played like old school Halo Reach, I say old school Halo Reach, you know, like the Emil style. So I wanted Space Marines that were very much like EVA specialists, like fighting in null, zero gravity, boarding void ships is what they do. So that's why I put like all their gear on to make sure they all had helmets. It's funny you say that. I'm not gonna lie. Even I made an offhanded comment. I was playing the campaign with my brother. And there was that scene where you roll up in that grav tank, you know, and I was like, oh, for fuck's sake, is it too much to ask to have tanks with fucking treads on them? And he just started laughing. He's like, I don't even know anything about 40k, and I knew you were gonna bitch about that. I'm like, is it so hard? Why can I not have some damn treads? Like, this is supposed to be, you know, grim, dark, gothic sci-fi. Why am I floating like a towel? He's like, what's a towel? It's like, oh, Jesus, don't get me started. It's like those, like, don't even get me started on the towel. He's like, what's the towel? Which is funny, because Nathan, I was talking about this earlier. So some of the more, I every now and then I dive into 40k lore to get like a palate cleanse from Bolt Under Conflict 47, and I have to keep telling myself, no, don't buy more models, you have plenty of models. But the lore I'm really liking for Warhammer 40k is, I didn't know how deep the lore went, how cool they are. I love the Kroot. The Kroot are absolutely amazing. Like, what a badass race. Like, the more I learned about them, they're already spacefaring. They have their own spaceships. Their strict diet, you know, they are what they eat, so they don't eat, you know, chaos or Tyranid. You know, like, they're shaped by people who shape their diets. Like, this is like, I think, like, I think it's the lore, maybe I don't know, because I'm not that big in the hobby, but I think it's the lore everybody's sleeping on. I want to play a Kroot game. You know, basically like Predator. You know, like have me tracking down Imperial Guardsmen or something like that. Like I know they did Fire Warrior, but that was eh. But give me a game where I have like oh my god, are you ready for this, Nathan? Imagine an XCOM game, but you have Kroot and you're fighting against like a PDF or the Arbites or stuff like that. There's your Warhammer 40k game. An XCOM game where you have a bunch of Kroot and it's all guerrilla warfare. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. I would be all over that shit. So yeah, I think if I do another kill team, I think that will be my kill team. I'll probably do Kroot, but I'll do them very Tiki-fied, so they'll all have like tropical parrot, like macaw style coloring and stuff like that. It's not original to me. I've seen someone else do it, and I like the way it looked. And a Kroot kill team actually makes a lot of sense. But yeah, if you're watching and you like 40k, yeah, oh my god, yeah, it's basically Predator 40k flavoring. Yeah, oh my god, that would be great. That would be hilarious. That's a good game. But yeah, the more I dive into Kroot lore, the more I absolutely love it. Like, I'm not a big fan of Tau lore. It's a little too, we're good guys. Like, it's getting better from what I hear. But from what I've read, again, I cut my teeth on Battlefleet Gothic lore. So, you know, Gaunt's Ghost and Battlefleet Gothic is what I read in the beginning. But Kroot lore is super cool. All right, I think I'm gonna go until I finish both these nuns. Not fully basing, but when I finish the model of the nuns, I think that's probably where I'll call it for the night on the stream. So it might be a little while longer if that's all right. For those of you, like I said, whether you chatting or watching, you know, please stick around. I'll be doing it for a little bit longer. If you gotta leave, I totally understand. But I hate leaving a model half painted, you know. Even if the model is half dressed. Check. Oh yeah, I forget about Mechanicus or whatever. You're right. So this is gonna sound like, I don't know, it may be cringe to some people, and it may be about 2 years too old. But take a really good extraction shooter, right? A really good PvE extraction shooter, and set that with the Crute. You know, the Taos and the Crute in to go recon. You know, maybe hit a couple targets, maybe pull out some stuff. You know, and you're actually fighting. I wouldn't say fighting against the guard, but just fighting against like a PDF, you know, or the Arbites or something like that. So it's not too bad. Or the different maps you go on, you're fighting different people. And like one could just be the PDF. The next one could be like maybe higher up on the Hive world where there's like Arbites, or the next one could be Forge world where there's Mechanicus soldiers walking around, you know, like Scutari and shit. So yeah, I think a good extraction shooter, even an extraction shooter where you get like a small squad and doing it as Crute, that would be really cool. So you can choose to either go quiet or go heavy or loud, you know? Oh, because the cool part is you get extra credit for the extraction, not just of like destroying the target or doing whatever mission the Tau give you, but if you find one of the bigger enemies, like one of the better enemies, could be like a sergeant or an officer or maybe a priest or something like that, you can knock them out or kill them and bring the body back with you to extraction, because that's Crute. Whatever you eat, you get stronger. So if you're able to like knock out a psyker or something like that and carry his body to the extraction, you get a bonus, you know, because you're Crute and you're gonna eat him later. That would be cool. But to be fair, I know some people feel differently, but between Dark Tide, between Rogue Trader, and between Space Marine 2, I mean, I think Warhammer 40k is doing damn well in the video game department. Maybe that's a too friendly of a take, you know? I don't think I have that toxic positivity. I know it's a hilarious term that I like, you know, the whole like game journalist and access journalism and toxic positivity. I try and be chill, but not toxically positive. But that is my point. I do think Warhammer 40k, the IP, has gotten a lot of phenomenal games in the last several years. But that is also one of the reasons why I don't foresee this channel ever getting that big, but it's another reason why I'll never have a sponsor is I don't do access journalism. You know, like if somebody really wants to know what I think, I'll be honest, I'll tell you. It may not be worth much, you know, but I'll tell you. But no, I'm not gonna say nice things to get access. Nah, I don't give a shit. To the point where I actually don't like early access to stuff. Even with bolt action, everyone knows I like bolt action. I was annoyed that some people got access to the role. I understand they trip fed it for promotion. I understand that. And get your bag, you do you, boo. I get you. That's fine. But you know, for both the Warlord games and the YouTube channels. But me, I won't review something until everybody has access to it. I think it's up to you on if you want to buy it early. I mean, that's up to you, whatever. But I won't review something until it's ready for everybody. That's a channel promise. I'm wholeheartedly against that. I think it's because I'm old enough to remember physical media and midnight releases. Like, you don't have to pre-order it. It's not a limited edition. It's digital, right? Like, it's not that weird. And I was like, oh, but what about the pre-order bonuses? Like, usually those get released like a year later with like the gold edition. You know, I'm like, the shit's been around for a while. They keep doing the same thing. Hey, what's going on, Francois? We are painting some nuns that we're going to use as spies for Bolt Action Conflict 47. Yeah, I thought it'd be a lot faster painting these nuns. So I decided to do 3 of them for the stream, and it's actually taking me a lot longer. Just because of the fine detail of the M-cut dresses, and because I'm tired. So the stream's kind of going on for a little bit longer than usual. I hope that's alright. I definitely want to finish these nuns. I'm not going to base them, but I do want to finish painting them at least. But I do feel like the OG XCOM is pretty old. The first XCOM came out, I think, even before my time. Maybe not like Oregon Trail old, but pretty damn old. You know, I'm glad that War Before Cade's gotten new games lately, but I miss Dawn of War. I still play Dawn of War 2. But I'm still amazed at what they did with Dawn of War 3. I felt like that hurt the community a lot. But I think it's also because Dawn of War 2 was just so good. A lot of people like the first Dawn of War, and I think that's a very healthy preference to have. I love the second Dawn of War 2. I like the small unit tactic focus, you know, less on RTS and things like that. It's less StarCraft and more, you know, company hero style. I love the gear swapping. You can swap out gears and level them in different ways and like change their focus, you know. That was really, really cool. Did you want scouts with shotguns, scouts with sniper rifles? It felt, especially later on with the Chaos expansion, where certain things started like, you know, influencing them towards Chaos. That was really cool. That game was really well done. Retribution was still good, don't get me wrong, but I think Dawn of War 2 and the Chaos expansion was probably my favorite. I liked Retribution, I liked playing as the guard. That was really cool. But Dawn of War 2 is just damn good. Yeah, but I'll say XCOM is pretty old school XCOM. First off, it's brutal. I have them on Steam. Especially like Terror from the Deep or whatever. It's brutal but fun. Does everybody else just use their hand as their palette, or is that just me? I don't know. Oh, I didn't know Space Hulk Tactics and stuff like that did that. Oh, it's interesting. See, I was saying it like I thought it was something new, Nathan, but that's a good point. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Damn, yeah, that's before my time. Shit, I know that all the way back to 1983. Damn. Impressive. I do love the old, so here's something I do miss from video games. I miss the old FMV videos, not just from like Red Alert, but I want to say some of the old Warhammer games had those as well, like some of their bigger epic scale games. Can't think of the name of it myself, the name of the game, but I love their FMV footage. That's something I 100% miss from video games, man. Bring back FMV videos. Like, oh, it's so good. Maybe it's because the actors are so much more expensive now, I guess, but something I always loved about the Command & Conquers. I just feel like just because you can render it in in-game engine doesn't mean you always should. Actually, in-game engine I don't mind that much, but I don't like, I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like the Metal Gear, not Metal Gear. The Metal Gear, yeah, Metal Gear Solid. Like, I don't want to watch a video game, I want to play a video game, but if you're going to make me watch something, you know, I prefer FMV. No, I don't think FMV is always the answer, but I think certain IPs could use it very well. Well, you're better than me, Francois. I just use Bugman Glow. I use Bugman Glow for like most pigmentation, and if they're extremely a darker shade of pigmentation, I use Gilman Flesh with it. And then I just change the amount of Gilman Flesh to match the dark skin tone I need. But like I said, I paint for like looking 3 feet away, so don't copy me. So that's something, maybe you can help me with this, Nathan. I did like that this was a feature in Space Marine 2, so I turned it on, but I noticed a lot of people don't play with it. I don't like Space Marines without helmets. I think it's weird. Because, like, flesh is flesh, a skull's a skull. Like, somebody's gonna get lucky and pop you right in your dome. Right? Like, wear a fucking helmet. Like, how does the Codex Astartes approve not wearing it? The strict-ass Codex Astartes, how does it not approve, or how does it approve operations not wearing a helmet? Like, there's no way in hell. So especially seeing, like, I understand maybe seeing, like, I don't know, Knights Templar without a helmet, maybe, you know, like maybe a hero or something like that, I get that. But to see Ultramarines without helmets, I'm like, there's no fucking way. So maybe a light shade of if you're using Citadel paints, maybe a very light shade of Zendari dust, even a spray primer if you have it, and then just super thin coats of Girly Man flesh, and just kind of build up to the color of tan that you want. That might help, particularly with Native American. Also, not to be that guy, but it also depends on what kind of Native Americans you're going for. Are you going for like Plains tribe? Or are you going for more like Mesoamerican or like northern Canadian style nation, First Nations? So it's so funny you say that. I never cared wearing my helmet. That's because my alternate cover was a beret, and berets are uncomfortable as shit. So I'm like, if I'm gonna be uncomfortable and I have to choose between a heavy ass K-pot or a sheep on my head, I'm gonna pick the K-pot. But it's all I can tell you right now. It's all about how you place your cushions. Oh yeah, girly man flesh is definitely where it's at. Yeah, super thin coats. And it's just like this. It works a lot more like their snakebite leather, where the more thin coats you put on, give it time. Like put a coat on and really give it time before you put on another one. Let it dry, because it is dries. If you do multiple coats, it'll dry a wildly different shade than what it goes on. So you could really get some dark skin if that's what you're going for, like dark pigmentation. But you gotta really it takes time, because you're gonna need to let it dry and see how it comes out. Man, yeah, I wish we could do that shit. Luckily, we didn't have to wear our berets like deployed, thank God. But overseas, we still did until we were in a deployed location. Wearing a beret all the time, like in parade uniform, cool, fine, whatever. Yeah, it looks good in a fancy uniform. But like in humid places like South Florida or like Southern Turkey, wearing a beret is the worst. The only good thing about a beret, and I did this, I got yelled at a few times, but it was worth it. So remember, this is very young junior enlisted Tiki. Not a lot of disposable income, right? I definitely didn't play Warhammer 40K at the time, but at the shop ed of the Class 6, whatever you want to call it, the little store on base, you can get alcohol and tobacco cheaper because it's tax free, right? So they're these super cheap. They're not even really cigars, called like White Owls, right? So we use them a lot because they fit like in the little molly webbing of your uniform, but more or like in the pin holders on your uniform. Or what I like to do is I was about to show, but obviously the camera's not on because you can't see my face. But and for those of you who aren't American, yeah, y'all call them the PX. Well, difference between the PX and the BX and the shop ed. The shop ed and the Class 6 is like a smaller form of the PX, but yes, it's ran by the PX/BX exchange. AFES. Anyways, so berets are worn differently around the world. British forces wear their berets extraordinarily different than how certain American forces wear it. And particularly my current field wear our berets a very distinct way. So usually we have our flash, the part of your beret that has like your emblem or whatever, that's over your left eye. And you kind of form the beret down over not over your right eye, but like over the right side of your face, right? This isn't like chef board D on top of your head like the French. We have ours. I know the British do it differently, but the point of this is you have to imagine the beret done in American style. So to keep that kind of weighted down a little bit, some people, perfectly formed theirs and always pressed theirs right. I didn't. I folded mine up and stuck it in my belt when I wasn't wearing it. I had a dress beret, you know, for your dress uniform, and then I had a field beret, you know, because we had to wear ours in the field. But I kept those little whiteout cigars. I kept them in the bottom part of my beret that hung over the right side of my face. So that was always fun, you know. And again, it's a cigar inside of a plastic sleeve, like a hard plastic sleeve with a plastic cap. So there is no noise discipline or anything like that. It's not like crinkling plasticky paper on like a single-use cigar. It's just a plastic tube, and it keeps it crush-proof too. So that was something I always did. You know, in my beret was generally always a cigar, and I did that all the way through my whole career. I definitely enjoyed being the stereotypical NCO. Like once I finally hit, you know, like E5, I enjoyed walking around and smoking a cigar. You know, and being an NCO, I definitely enjoyed that vibe. Nah. No, every day a helmet gets old and it's bad for your neck. You know, especially when you start talking about like rhino mounts and nods and stuff like that and goggles. But for wartime, for like a space marine where you're never going to see combat with Tyranids spitting acid everywhere, yeah, I'm going to put on my full helmet. Oh yeah, no. Once you're deployed, those rules go out the window. My soft cap when I deployed was a multi-cam ball cap, and what we did is on the front of your ball cap, usually you went to the little how do I say this respectively? You went to the little locally ran store. Yeah, there you go. And he could make you patches, you know, whatever you wanted. He had a little sewing machine. He could make you whatever you wanted. So what we did is we got patches made in OCP camo, but the emblem on it, and the emblem was small, but the emblem was your hometown sports team. And that's how we identified, you know, what squadron you were with based out of, because it was a sports team based out of the, you know, the city or the base you're from. So like a good example would be, let's say there was a fictional squadron from Jacksonville. You know, they would have an OCP ball cap, OCP patch on the front, and there'd be a small Jaguars emblem. You know, that way they're not wearing their actual squadron number, and they're not wearing any kind of military symbol, you know, but they're wearing the sports team of where they're from. So that was like our subtle way of like showing like what unit we're with, you know, while still wearing soft caps. So that's kind of cool. And I still have my soft cap with my patch on it. It's funny because we go to other bases, you know, where that wasn't the SOP, like some super like rear echelon bases, and they're like, "Oh, hey, are you a like, are you a Texans fan?" I'm like, "No." And they're like, "Oh, why are you wearing a Texans patch?" You're like, "Doesn't matter." Yeah, that was our downrange helmet alternative, was just straight up ball cap because no one cared. No, back to our previous point, but no, as a Space Marine fighting Tyranids, all their acid, blood, and all that stuff flying around, you know, shooting flesh-eating slugs from their, like, arm guns. No, I'm wearing a full face shield helmet. I'm not going to take off my helmet to look cool so you can count my little studs and see how old I am. No, fuck that. Just like I always talk about the army I built in my in 7th edition with my guardsmen. It's like, oh, your sergeants can take a chainsword and a laser pistol. I'm like, or a last pistol. I'm like, no, what? No. Or you can pay 1 point, they can take a bolter. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna give that seasoned, salty, angry NCO a bolter. That makes a lot more sense. I'm gonna pay the extra point. We had one guy. So of course we ended up calling him Radar. We had one guy who legit wore like Radar's Jeep cap the whole deployment. It was a weird choice, but you know, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm like, yeah, man. I mean, it was cold, so I get it. But he legit wore an old school Jeep beanie cap, like Radar. Didn't help he wore glasses. It was nerdy as fuck too. We were actually talking about helmets earlier. Me and Weird War. There's a video. This female YouTuber, she covers like Cold War era military stuff. Channel exploded very quickly for very, very distinct reasons. I think she's from like Hungary or something like that. But she covered American helmets in Vietnam and like all the messages written on them and like stuff put in the bin on the helmet bands. And she said something like, soldiers don't do it anymore. And I'm like, as a GWAT veteran, I was like, we don't put stuff on the band of our helmets because they're heavy enough with nods and your rhino mount and your goggles. I was like, but we still write, you know, funny messages on our helmets. We just do it. Like for us, our helmet covers are OCP. So we wrote on them with like brown markers. So from far away, you can't see it, but you get up close and you can read it. We wrote all sorts of stupid shit, you know? Like Amazon Prime Me Home, or I had Born to Chill on mine. I must say, I'll do you one better, Francois. Your gas mask carrier. So I attach my, you'll probably know exactly what I'm talking about. I attach my my Joint Services gas mask carrier to the, we'll say my 5 o'clock on the back of my interceptor vest. You know, and I put the leg strap around my leg. So when I took my helmet off, I put the chin strap on the top of the gas mask carrier, and I connected the chin, put the back of the head strap on the gas mask carrier and the chin strap around the leg thing. So my helmet would just literally sit right on top of my gas mask holder. Best way to carry it. Alright, we're working on our habit. We're getting there. Luckily the habit is like 90% of the model, especially on this one. She doesn't have like a staff or a gravestone she's sitting on or an apple in her hand. She's just fucking walking around all willy-nilly like, so this one should be kind of easy. Funny you mentioned that. It may sound like I'm trying to copy you, but no, I'm left eye dominant, right-handed. I didn't find that out until I joined. So sidearm was right-handed, but long arms like you know, M4 or 240 Bravo or shotgun, I do left-handed. So yeah, I still kept my M9 on a drop leg on my right side, but I slung my M4 and I'd use it on my left side. So it's awkward, and you have to make sure your ammo pouches are put accordingly. And everybody always yells at you when they see your pistol on your right side, and they also see your mag pouches on the right side for your rifle. They yell at you and tell you your shit's wrong, but you have to be like, no, I shoot long arms left-handed because I'm left eye dominant. But the cool thing is when you do transition, not just transition drills, but in case you ever have to really transition, it's a hell of a lot easier. If you use a long arm left-handed and you're naturally use a sidearm right-handed, your transition drills are stupid quick. So it was more beneficial. Shooting a 249, shooting a saw at 249 was terrible if you're left-handed, because you're gonna get all that gas and all that brass. But a 240 is great because everyone knows a 240 Bravo ejects its brass straight down. It ejects the links in the brass straight underneath the weapon system. So, that's why I enjoyed being a 240 gunner for a while. It's super easy to do left-handed. Which is funny, because I think it's also influenced my personal firearm choice when I got out of the military, like what I choose to carry concealed, or what I choose to own and maintain. I like lever action guns, particularly models based off like the 92 formula, the 1892 formula that eject out the top. Same thing for my favorite shotgun is the lever action shotgun, that ejects shells out the top. It makes sense why I like lever action rifles more. That's the same reason I don't like bolt actions either. It's also the same reason why I like pump action shotguns, super easy to use left-handed. I think it's one of the many reasons why I took the pump action so well. I was trained on how to use, ballistic breaching and some other stuff in the military. But if you're right-handed but left-eye dominant, you have to shoot your long arms left-handed. When you're using a shotgun, it's super easy because you're racking it with your dominant hand, So it's a really good setup. If your body is crooked and weird like that, there's ways for it to make it work for you. Like, you'll probably, if you're right-handed and left-eye dominant, shooting a bolt-action rifle, it's not impossible, but it's not as much fun. But you have your own benefits. You have easy transition. You can rock a pump action like a pimp. But yeah, it's even to the point, back to the point where we were talking about helmets, Nathan. In Space Marine 2, I actually fully unlocked the, see if I can pronounce it correctly, the Carcanodons. Yeah, fully unlocked the heraldry for the Carcanodons just to get access to the Inquisition helmet, just so I could put a helmet on my damn sniper. I hated my sniper was running around like fucking Nancy No Bullets with just a knife and like no helmet. I'm like, what the hell is this? I despise not having a helmet on. Alright, I'm trying to get this. What I would recommend is, try, if you can get a hold of them. They can be hard. I have one. I was lucky enough to pick one up. It's a Chinese reproduction, Francois, but, I have a PW87. So it's a 1887 lever action 12 gauge. super easy. Like I say, because you hold it, you know, and if you're left-handed, you operate the lever with your left hand. Your right hand is up forward on the foregrip. And ejects your shells out the top. That way you're not eating gas and shells in your face. That being said, my lever, you'll see it in my YouTube emblem. If you see the one where it looks like I'm wearing a Fallout suit with a Hawaiian shirt, that's my my shotgun. Granted, mine's a full stock, not a pistol grip, not like a bootleg model. But I love that shotgun. That thing is legit. Yeah, that thing is built by, you know, whatever small child in an arms factory in China that built that. May his oily fingers rest in heaven. You know? Like, they built that shotgun out of like surplus Soviet T-34 tanks, and it feels like it. It runs like a tank and it acts like a tank. Like, you literally have to run that thing like a rented mule, because she will kick you like an angry rented mule. Yeah, I spent a lot of time breaking that baby down. Yeah. Spent a lot of time breaking it down, trying to like, you know, polish it up, polish the action. If you've never seen what a 12 gauge, like an 1887 lever action shotgun looks like, when you send the slide forward, like the whole mechanical guts just come out the bottom, and you put it all the way back in. But here's the sexy thing that no one talks about, because no one really uses lever action 12 gauge for obvious reasons. So what made the Benelli M4 shotgun so sexy is a lot of people don't know it can ghost. Oh, some people do know it can ghost load a shell. So can the 1887. So the way it works is the magazine tube underneath the barrel holds five 2 3/4 shells. The shotgun is not meant for magnum shells. It cannot fit 3-inch shells because it can't eject them. That's all it is, right? So you can fit five 3/4 shells. 2 3/4 shells in the mag tube, right? You can put one in the pipe, and you can also fit one on the elevator, because it has an elevator system from the mag pipe on the bottom, the tubular magazine on the bottom, to the actual barrel up top. So you can literally fill up the whole bottom part, you know, while the action's open, put one in the pipe, and then push the elevator down and put another shell on top of the elevator. So you're walking around with a 5+1+1 12 gauge. You know, with an 18-inch barrel. Like, it's fucking gnarly. Ooh. So glad you asked this. While I should be painting my nun. So, you're not the first person to ask me this, what happened with flamethrowers, right? So as far as dragon breaths, only if you're like trying to ignite something, I can see where it might be useful, but it's one of those things where anywhere a dragon's breath round is useful, buckshot is just as effective, really, so it's kind of hard to justify. But the question to flamethrowers, and if the military still has them, yes, we do. They're called something different. We still have flamethrowers. We figured out a better way to throw flame. So excited. I gotta love talking about this. I don't know the number off the top of my head. It's M10 something perhaps, but it's called a flash. It's called an FLASH. I don't know. I forgot what the acronym stands for. I came across this digging through NATO stuff when I was working with NATO. So if you've ever seen old 80s and 90s action movies, if you've ever seen, I think it was like in the movie Commando, you know where they have like those big, or if you've seen in video games, those big square-ass rocket launchers that they put on their shoulders that have 4 tubes? That's a flash launcher. That's not for launching anti-tank missiles or surface-to-air missiles like a MANPADS. That's a flash. What flash is they launch napalm rockets. So you have to think about it. A flamethrower can only shoot as far as that, you know, as far as you can fling the liquid napalm, you know, from the actual tanks and from the spurt gun you have. And same thing, you're walking around with flame tanks on your back, you're a huge target. There's got to be a better way to use a flamethrower. So we realized how we were using flamethrowers really was hitting buildings or hitting other kind of stuff. So the best way to do that, we're like, well, what if we didn't have a guy with, you know, flammable shit on its back that could take out a whole squad. What's a better way to toss flame at something? We figured out you can just get these big ass rocket launchers. It's a big ass rectangle square rocket launcher that launches napalm rockets. So that's what a flash is. It's the Army's flamethrower. We just use rockets now. So it's an incinerate napalm rocket. You literally pull out the tube, you aim, and you launch one right through the window of a house, and you just let it cook. So I don't know if you knew that, Nathan. Like I said, I do like World War II, bolt action, and 40K. I'm a massive military nerd. I spent years in. I was a lot of time after I got back from deployment, I became an instructor, so all I did was teach. So I'm a huge nerd for this kind of stuff. Yeah, ask me those questions anytime you want, man. Well, that's the cool thing about shotguns is you can really, especially if you do reloading, you can have whatever kind of shell you want. Like a lot of people forget, especially back in like the revolutionary times, how effective everyone thinks a musket was just like a random ball, but a lot of people used buck and ball. So it was like buckshot with like one slug. So a lot of good 12 gauge shells I highly recommend for home defense. Realistically, Dragon's Breath. Because what I always tell people, you know, in a conversation it's funny and it's kind of true, but you always have to remember, you know, coming from my background is there's always a legal battle afterwards. So you always have to answer for what you did no matter what happens. So that's why I always say buck and ball is a very good solution when it comes to 12 gauge or stuff like that. Because you get the knockdown effect of a slug and the accuracy of a slug, but then you also get the additional effect of buckshot for even more terminal fight stopping power. So buckshot's great if you can afford it. Buck and ball is phenomenal. But then you start getting into like really weird loads, like, you know, bolo rounds or stuff like that. That's weird. So there's a lot of like exotic shotgun ammo that isn't as effective. That being said, flechettes, they are illegal in a lot of states for a good reason. And I won't say why flechettes are illegal, because flechettes are effective in a very unique situation. They were designed for jungle warfare, but it turned out flechettes were very effective in another situation. But something that is useful, and I've used this hunting boar, Rhodesian jungle, it's either called Rhodesian load or we call it jungle juice. So jungle juice is another good effective shell. You can put like the very top 25% of your shell, load it with birdshot, particularly like steel birdshot. And then underneath that, you could put actual traditional lead buckshot. So the way jungle juice works is if you're hunting in heavy brush. Like I said, when we're looking for hogs and snakes out here in like the central and south Florida, jungle juice is very effective at cutting through brush. Yeah. So there was a tank, Nathan, the Sheridan. It's not even a tank, it's an armored airborne recon vehicle. But the Sheridan actually had a beehive round. It could load a 152 millimeter shell that was filled with flechettes. It was basically a 152 millimeter shotgun. That thing would just rip jungles apart. And of course, a lot of there's also flechette rockets for helicopters and like A2 Skyraiders or A1 Skyraider, A something Skyraider. All right, let me get back to this nun. Yeah, so again, that's why I don't like semi-auto shotguns. It's all about gas regulation. I like manually operated firearms. So I'm a big like revolver, lever action, pump action fan myself. Now in my situation, because I'm no longer, you know, in a field somewhere else, but for what I do here, I'm fine. Oh yeah, if you know about flechettes, you know. I don't feel like having BAFTA kicked down my door, so I won't talk about flechettes. But yeah, there's a reason flechettes are outlawed in a lot of states. And usually they have like a dumb bureaucracy thing that makes no sense, but I did a lot of testing. I did a lot of training and testing with shotguns in the military. Like, one of the cool things you learn is you learn how to skip buckshot. It works better with number 4 buck than double aught buck. If you have number 4 buck, you can skip buckshot underneath the car. It's not a urban legend. It's real. It works. It doesn't work as good as you think it does, but it still works. But we saw some old training footage on what we didn't have them ourselves. But we saw training footage on what flechette shells do, and we're like, oh, holy shit, okay.
I now understand.
I'm pretty sure that footage is still open source intelligence, so if you dig hard enough on YouTube, you could probably come across it. I'm pretty sure that's an old film, so pretty sure it's open source intelligence by now.
There's a lot of things that are like open source intelligence or not common knowledge, but are like not classified as far as firearms. But
it's not safe to say them on the internet because some people could take the information,
and I don't want to feel responsible for people using the information negatively and then coming back.
It's the kind of world people will come back to me and be like, "Oh, well, you said this once on a stream on a fucking Saturday." I'm like, "Oh shit." But no, yeah, look that up, Nathan. It's called a flash launcher, flash napalm rocket launcher. That's why we don't use flamethrowers anymore, because we don't have to. We just lob big ass napalm and incinerate rockets.
It's one of the questions I always hear a lot about the military. People always ask, like, why not flamethrowers? What happened to flamethrowers?
I'm like, this is an upgrade to the flamethrower in every way. I think the last time they were used, if I remember correctly, I think I heard scuttlebutt of them being used in Iraq both times, and I'm pretty sure they used them in Afghanistan against the poppy fields, but I can't quite verify that one. I don't have solid information on the last time they were used. Yeah, they 100% would. For like void combat, yeah, that would make a shit ton of sense. For shotguns, first off, shotguns would 100% be a space weapon. Shotguns will always be around. But yeah, a pump action shotgun in space loaded with flechettes, that would probably be one of my go-to, void ship clears. So here's a 40k question for you though, Nathan, to bring it back to 40k. Maybe you can riddle me this. With how like bloodthirsty and like angry the chaos are, and how much like a lot of the Khorne berserkers and stuff like that like close combat. How come outside of cultists, how come you never see chaos like scout marines, or how come you never see like chaos marines with shotguns? You know, like you think that would be like a Khorne berserkers like ranged weapon of choice, like a chain axe and a shotgun. Other than like the chaos cult leader that came in the Dark Vengeance box, I've never seen Chaos carry a shotgun. It's really kind of weird now that I think about it, because I feel like that's like that would be the go-to weapon for. Because you can't say it's like a new technology. Shotguns are old as shit. During the Horus Heresy, I guarantee you they probably took a couple shotguns in the rift with them. So we're working this one for a while. We got most of our habit done. Now to do the hard part. I have to keep looking at pictures to get the head part of the habit. I don't know the correct terminology. To get that head part done right, it's actually difficult. Oh, white phosphorus. Nope, not me, man. The only ECATs I called ended up just being one was a gun run, and one was just, you know, straight UGB or whatever, like just straight ordnance, nothing fancy. Actually, I didn't even do that second one. That second one was actually handled by someone else, the UGB. The only ECAS that really called in was just a gun run. Nothing fancy. I was there for it, though. It was pretty cool. We had our ECAS all prepped up, but then we linked up with a JTAC, and they did it. Shotgun just takes the fun out of being right in the face of the blade. That's awesome. Yep. That's why I'm a Red Corsairs fan myself. You don't have to be a Chaos Space Marine, just a Renegade Space Marine. I like that. You don't have to grow mythical horns out of your head, you know, that cut through your helmet, or you don't have to have some sickening disease inside of you. You know, you could just be a normal person. You don't like how they never sent it out. It's called for it. Oh my god, that's awesome. That cracks me up. Oh god, yeah, that's what I always try to tell people, you know, because I know the new Black Ops game is out. You know, I'm like, yeah, your experience has definitely changed. You know, some stuff doesn't work nearly as cool as it does the video game. First time we were training, first time we were trained with a flashbang, and I got hit with a live flashbang. I puked my fucking gut. It may make me sound uncool. That's fine. I'll be honest with you guys. We were doing entry. I was the first person in the team, so I carried the shield. You know, so I made entry with the shield, and to mess up our training, they always like mess with us while you're making entry and stuff like that. So they rolled in a flashbang. Oh my god, that thing reverberated off my shield. I swear to god. To tell you what it was like, if you've ever been like playing an N64 or something like that, and someone just gets up and presses the reset button, it's like someone pressed the reset button on life. Like, because I felt it on my feet. We all looked down because we're like shuffling our feet. I was like, what the fuck's at my feet? And then it's just like, wow. And everything just went white. Dude, I was Helen Keller for like 3 seconds. As soon as I kind of came to, I was puking all over my boots, on the inside of my shield. Oh, it was disgusting. Yeah, I don't know if all flashbangs are that strong. I don't know if it's just because it was at my feet and it bounced off the inside of my shield, like the flash effect. Dude, I took that 100% as hard as you could. And I yacked my brains out. Doesn't sound as cool as the stuff in Black Ops, I know, but... Oh, sweet Jesus. Man, being a 4 observer, that had to be a cool gig, man. Like I said, all I ever did was ECAS, so nothing too crazy. But luckily, being Air Force, you know how to talk to your own assets. Which is funny because, like, if you know how radio discipline works, like, you try and be, like, strict. From what I've heard, again, I never called in artillery myself, but what I've heard, artillery is still very strict, you know, very follows protocol. Air Force pilots are the worst, man. You get them on, you're trying to follow proper protocol as far as, like, doing, like, a 9-line or trying to call stuff in. They just talk to you like, yeah, man, I see it. I'm en route. I'm like, you know, like, they're fucking notorious for just, like, they have that, I don't know where they trained to get the pilot voice. It's the same pilot voice that civilian airline pilot is. Like, if you go and take a look at your left window, you'll see we're slowly passing Dallas. The weather today is this. It's that super chill, calm down voice. So that was a unique situation. That was for I want to say if you were Army, Francois, you never said if you're Army or Marine. If you were Army, y'all have SRT. We call it EST. So it's a special duty, I guess would be the way to say it. I don't want to make it sound cooler than it is, but yeah, it's for special response for things like active shooter and barricaded suspect and shit like that. I'm telling you right now, it is not as cool as it sounds. That's why I don't hype it up. Base we were at, we had like shit gear. We didn't have any cool Rainbow Six style stuff. No, it was all just ghetto shit. Pretty sure our shield was from like the 80s. We had like pump action Wingmaster shotguns from the skeet range. Yeah. All our shit was ghetto. Again, this was mid-2000s in NATO, so yeah, NATO was broke as hell. You think the Air Force is well funded, but they spend all that on their jets and the lobsters in the chow hall. Yeah, so the reason why I carried a shield for y'all Army guys, again, I had to keep going back to Fort Lindenwood to train all the time. But y'all call them SRTs. We call them ESTs. But yeah, that's why. In that stack, we trained with flashbangs and shields and all that fun shit. Yeah, well, it's not the quick reaction force. It's your special response team or security response team. It's made up of your. It's pretty sure it's made up of your MPs. I think it's only available to MPs. I spent more time with Army MPs than I ever care to again. Mixed lot. You guys have a mixed lot. Some of them are super cool, some of them are not. You never know what you're gonna get. It's like a box of chocolates that they kick you in the dick. Not like in a prisoner. I heard how that sounded. Not in a prisoner way. I worked with them. I had a similar job in the Air Force. We did a lot of joint operations. So yeah, that's what we were talking about before you got here. I never got any. Because of the nature of my job, you know, being a good NCO, you know, I never sat down at chow until all my guys had chow. You know, we have 24-hour ops, so a lot of times we lose our ability to go to the chow hall. Instead, we get like, BAS, and we get like flight meals instead. We had to report to the flight kitchen and eat that chow. It's a stupid regulation. It's so the reason being it's a security thing, and again, it's not classified, but they like to diversify the food for like response forces and security forces. That way, if like one chow hall has like bad chicken, it doesn't knock out the whole thing. Oh yeah. No, I'm also, I got good training from the Army's SRT house. Like I said, we do. You learn mechanical. You learn mechanical breaching, manual breaching, mechanical breaching, and ballistic breaching. Not explosive though, but all the other three. A shit ton of room clearing. But then we went back to our home station with our ghetto-ass equipment, and that's where we did a lot more training. That's how I got really good on the shotgun, because that's one of the few things we had that was special. So, one of the things we did, again, it's not classified, so we'd have to, you know, if someone tried to steal a plane, we'd have to board a plane. So if you're in a cargo plane, what a lot of people don't realize is there's a lot of oxygen lines inside of a plane, so you don't want to use anything that has a tracer. So we had to learn how to do a lot of our work around aircraft with shotguns. And again, this is NATO, so we don't have those Gucci-ass, badass stuff that the Army does. We have, like, hand-me-downs. So again, we're using fucking 1970, like, Wingmaster from some sheriff's department in Podunk nowhere. that we stole from the skeet range. Yeah. That's something that cracks me up. Everyone always thinks the Air Force is, like, high-tech and well-funded. There are some departments of the Air Force that is, like, Sandlot kids. We were poor as shit. I'm talking, like, we may have been issued stuff we needed, like PECs and nods, but we had to supply our own batteries. So maybe to every other branch it sounds like no big deal, but to other people in other parts of the Air Force it sounds fucking crazy. And we're also strict, like we have to account for every round. God forbid we discharge a weapon, but more importantly, every round we sign for and account for. You lose a round, that's an Article 15. Straight up, do not pass go, do not collect $200, right? So something we did, we figured out real quick, we love being stationed with the Army and hanging out with the Army is, y'all don't give a shit. You have a clearing barrel outside of a chow hall, you stick a rifle in, you rack it, and your round just goes flying out in the dirt, and people just bebop off into the chow hall. So you'll literally see like Air Force guys running around the dirt, like grabbing spare rounds at the clearing barrel, and we pocket them. So we kept a collective box full of just random ass ammo, and the whole point was in case somebody lost a round, you know, we were able to, you know, give them the round so they didn't get an Article 15. So in case your troop like lost his tracer round that's on top of your magazine, you know, because they're loading on like a 4-to-1 ratio. So I'll never forget, you know, it's Christmas green is the name of the color for some of the ammo, and the tracers are Tequila Sunrise. That's the name of the brand of the nail polish from the BX or PX. So in case you lose that, you kind of just paint that round and give it back to the armory. So yeah, we literally had boxes of spare rounds that we took from the army that they leave lying in the dirt at the clearing barrels, just in case we lost one of our rounds, so we wouldn't get Article 15s. And also for our own resupply too, in case, Lord forbid, we were needed extra ammo than what we were issued. You know, we literally just kept shit tons. Better for not once. But the other funny story between from living on an army base is in our career field. If you're familiar with the 92FS Beretta or its military designation, the M9, the United States Air Force it used to. Like I said, this is how old I am, right? That's no longer the weapon. I think only the Navy carries it now, right? So it's no longer the issued weapon, so it's free to talk about. So the Air Force, we carry ours around in the chamber and on fire, and we keep it in a holster. You don't take your M9 out of the holster unless you're ready to shoot. There's no other reason to clear. You don't clear leather or you don't clear your holster unless you're going to engage, right? But we keep ours round in the chamber and on fire. That's how we carry our M9s. That's for the Air Force. The Army does not. And the Army takes that shit personally. So if I had $1 for every time I was stopped and chewed out for having my M9 on red or M9 on fire, I could have retired. It was ridiculous. I got screamed at all the fucking time. You could, we used to carry the reg in our pocket and everything, and they'd still just scream at us. You're like, well, sir, according to our army, we're like, I don't give a shit. You're like, oh god. Yeah, I have some wild stories from hanging out with the army on deployment. At one point, without getting too much of the specifics of it, at one point, because that's a story better told over beer in person. But at one point, we were so low man that we combined an MP company, an understrength Army MP company, Polish MPs that were attached from NATO, and then us from the Air Force. We joined in. So you had like MPs from 3 separate like branches / militaries. It was a wild crew. Army MPs, Air Force Security Forces, and Polish MPs, man. I want to say we had like some Georgian combat engineers, but they were not combat engineers whatsoever. They were just our route clearance specialists, but they were 100% not certified for that job, but they were hysterical anyways. Yeah, getting Army, Polish, and Georgians, like the country, not the state, in one unit is fucking shenanigans. Absolute shenanigans. Probably the most fun I had in the military. I was sad when they broke that unit up and they got reinforced and we got a straight leg, and that was MPs from 10th Mountain, I want to say. Then I want to say the 101st came in, and they're all like straight leg, and they broke up our little multinational unit because they had enough people to do their own PMO mission, so they kicked us to the side, like, go back and do your own mission. We're like, all right. So I said 101st and straight leg in the same sentence. They're not legs. What I meant by straight leg is they're very traditional. You should never use the term airborne and leg in the same sentence, I understand. But I will say the 10th Mountain guys were a hell of a lot more laid back. Straight leg is a term from our career field where you can shred out and go like K9, or you can shred out and go like CADM or like weapons specialist and like teaching and maintenance, or you can just stay traditional, MOS. We call that straight leg. Alright, I think we finished our damn habit. Finally. Alright, now just to hit them with white and we will be done. I came home with 30 minutes after trying to get someone else. Yeah, we got done dirty. Like everybody else, when we were finally supposed to go home, we got told, like, hey, LOL, never mind, go here instead. So we stayed in the AOR. We left that country, but we stayed in the AOR for a long-ass time. At least for the Air Force, anyways. And the sad part is, we all... If you've ever been deployed, you know you do crack deals. You can trade a lot of stuff. You know, like you hoard Rippets or like cigars or stuff from home and you trade it for certain things. There's a lot of trading when you're downrange, right? So I saved all the Rippets, all the other stuff I ever got the whole time I was deployed. You know, packs of smokes and shit like that. I saved it all. And I called in every favor I had after like 6 months there. And I got some badass shit to bring home. Not war trophies legally, you know, but badass shit. The problem was we didn't go straight home. We had to go to another base. And we landed at the other base. Those assholes were salty because they weren't like all the way, you know, out in the middle of nowhere, Afghanistan. So they took all of our shit and said like, nah, you can't have this. We're going to decommission it, you know, da-da-da-da-da. And then I know those assholes fucking stole it and took it home. I know they did. I was pissed. Like I had a 20mm shell from an Apache that I was going to use as a gear shifter. I had a big old 155 shell from a Spooky that I was going to turn into like an ashtray, like a big tall smoking ashtray. You know, they were all demilled, of course. So again, I reload, so I understand how to demill ammunition. EOD still took it from us, those bastards. Luckily, I made it out with some knockoff designer goods. And some other stuff I got out of there. Nothing crazy illegal, but I got some pretty cool stuff. Luckily, nothing's considered a war trophy, so I got to keep the rest of my shit. But they definitely took all our 155 shells. We were pissed because just about everybody in our squad had one. And you know EOD took that shit home. They did not, you know, they're like, we have to demill it. I was like, it's already demilled. They're like, no, we're gonna have to decommission it. I'm like, that's not what demill means. You said demill. So, without going too far into it, yeah, they jacked our shit. All because they're salty because they weren't deployed. Or they were deployed, but not deployed. Alright, now I just gotta do white. Let's see our skin. Yeah, her skin's good. Now I just gotta do white on this one, and the one sitting down, and we'll be good for tonight. I definitely wanted to finish them. I don't like leaving half painted models. So I spray primered them white, but it's like this wraith bone. So once you put actual white on, it makes it look much more like bones. I'm like, ah, okay. So, funny you mentioned this. So this is perfectly legal. So, on our super long pre-deployment training, which was very long, I started a quote, not a business, but I started a thing where I didn't go out at night. I was already married. You know, I think like one other person in my whole squad was married. So I was married, so I'm happy to stay in the barracks, right? It doesn't bother me. And we were on general orders, so you're not allowed to drink. So if I can't drink, there's no sense going out. It's stupid. So what I did is I bought a bunch of cleaning equipment from the PX, and I started a gig where I'm just like, hey, if you drop off your weapon, you know, I think I charged like $10 for an M4, $5 for a pistol, you know, for an M9. So each person who dropped off their 4 and 9, that was $15. But what I did was, as a good NCO should, I wasn't the squad leader. I was just a fire team leader at the time. We deployed as a squad. But what I did is I cleaned weapons, and that money I gave to, our squad leader. I kept some of it, and we basically broke it up between all the NCOs, all the fire team leaders and squad leaders. So what we did is that was our discretionary fund. Anytime someone needed something, like somebody needed a hygiene item, or somebody needed a pack of smokes, or somebody needed a calling card to call home, or some shit like that, we used the discretionary fund. So I cleaned guns my entire on my time off. What little time off I had was generally just watching the same old shit on your hard drive and just cleaning guns. I am telling you, I can still smell the CLP. I just cleaned guns religiously the whole deployment, made $15 each time I cleaned them, and it all went to the discretionary fund. And when we came back, we had a healthy amount, so we threw a fucking rager of a house party. So yeah, the whole time we used the fund to like help out with shit we needed downrange. Like, oh, morale's bad, let's get a couple pizzas. Nobody had to pay out of pockets. We had the discretionary fund. Like, oh hey, cool, no big deal. And then on the way back, we burned every dollar we had on a fucking massive rager. I'm talking like jungle juice, fucking inflatable pool full of beer, like ribs on the grill. It's good fucking times. But I like your style, man. I get that works. But it seems like we both made our money off lazy people. See, that was part of our SOP. Even if you don't smoke or dip, you always carried at least a can of dip or a couple smokes, like in your pack somewhere. Because if you've ever been stuck like on a convoy with someone who smokes or dips and they don't have it, and you're stuck with them for like 14 hours, it's a shitty experience. So yeah, everybody usually carried dip. Oh, I forgot to paint her shoes. I gotta hit her shoes once I finish the white. Then I'll be done. Ooh, man, long stream tonight. Nice. But I'll be happy to get these models done. All they'll need after tonight's stream is just basing, which would be cool. I can live with that. Oh, no worries, man. Dude, I appreciate you watching and chilling, man. Thanks. Yeah. Well, you never told me. I think you did. Yeah, I take it back. I think it's Bulwark, right? Bulwark's your favorite class, Nathan? Yeah, I'm pretty sure me and Francois can just sit here and swap stories all fucking day long, man. Yeah, I picked up that it's Bulwark from your videos. Well, it's funny you say that. That's why I'm super chill now. When I became an NCO, I drew the short straw where you don't get to be who you like kind of want to be. Like you have to, with like the pool of NCOs, you have to be like whatever they're missing. Like we already had the cool chill NCOs, so we're like, hey, we need someone to be an asshole. And I was the puppy NCO, I was the youngest NCO. I'm like, damn it, like why do I gotta be a jerk? Like I hate being a jerk, but it doesn't matter. Like when you as soon as you put on the uniform, you have to put on the mask. I was the strict by the rules. Very, very strict by the rules NCO guy. Unfortunately, that's who I had to be until I transferred out of that unit and did something different. Then I get to be like, hey, I'm actually super laid back. Nothing like what I am in uniform, what I have to be. So that's why I really like being super chill and friendly now, because I can be, and it's who I really am. I don't have to
Put on a mask and be a dick anymore.
But because of training experience, that asshole, you know, that that aggression is always right there below the surface if it's ever needed. You know, all that training, all that experience, that shit does not go away. Nice. All right, we got her white in. Now let's finish her up with the black for the shoes. Yeah, carry the cart. So that's the other reason to carry a carton when you're overseas, not just deployed. When you're overseas, again, back at the time, I think it's different now. The whole world's changed. You know, I like everybody else, I blame Glee, but I blame Glee and Tumblr. But back in the day, everybody in Europe smoked. So if you were hanging around overseas, you know, it was always good to have like a couple packs of smokes on you, because that was the international currency. You know, you could pull a taxi driver. They may or may not know English, but you could figure out how to get me to the train station or get me to the embassy. You toss them like 1 or 2 packs of Marlboro Reds, that dude's gonna get you there. Way back in the day, smokes were the international currency. I don't know anymore. Like I said, told you Jump Street. Fuck you, Glee. I blame Glee and Tumblr. So what I'm doing now is I'm going back and fixing up where I kind of painted over my black with white, trying to do the stockings. A lot easier than trying to get white on white over black. Alright, now let's get her shoes. Yeah, I figured these would be 3 easy to models to do on a normal 4-hour stream, but hell no. These models were a lot more detail than I thought for just a simple black habit for nuns. I think it's just the way they're cut. It's the way these M-shaped dresses, for lack of a better term, you know, with the flap in the front. I think that's the appropriate term. Yeah, the way those are painted. If you have white stockings, it's extremely difficult, easy to fuck it up. No, you're right. Pipe. I figured that out too. So like I said, I love cigars. I smoked cigars before I even joined, like way back in the day. Because I started off in a military college and as a merchant mariner sailing on ships. But I smoked cigars back then too. I always like cigars, but I found out real quick in the field. In the field, a pipe is king. Cigarettes can get crushed and wet. Cigars get crushed and they're ruined. But a pipe, you keep your pipe in a good spot and you keep your tobacco dry, man, a pipe will last you in the field a hell of a lot longer than cigarettes or a cigar will. And on cold days like that, when it's okay, you know, to light up your pipe, you don't have to worry about light discipline. A pipe will keep you warm too. Yeah, pipe is the way to go. I have a small collection of pipes. Huge fan. I do still love cigars, but pipe is the go-to for the field. That's why when you see someone, especially like an NCO, bust out a pipe like during an FTX or like a serious time in the field, you know they know what they're doing. They've done this a time or two before. I still have the pipe I carried in the field. I don't use it anymore because that thing is smoked out. And it was like the cheap one, like Dr. Grabo's you picked up at the PX or something like that. But yeah, that thing was legit. It served me well. So don't feel like you have to make a comment, but just something to think about, Nathan. How do you feel about being able to do gun strikes when you're out of ammo? That kind of bugs me a little bit. I don't like it. I'm not saying it should like deduct one from your ammo, but I think if you're out of ammo, you should not be able to do a gun strike. Oh yeah. Yeah, being left-handed and right-eye dominant, you know, I qualified with the M4. I mean, I wasn't bad, but, you know, it was never my specialty. But a 240, oh, yeah. Especially, I hated in the recent times they started putting, like, those Raptor scopes on the 240s. I get why, I understand the usefulness, but, man, a 240 with iron sights and you really take the time to kind of dial those in, yeah, you could be smacking those 1800, yeah. I love pop-up ranges. Pop-up ranges with a 240, that's a good day, man. That is a damn good day. I don't care how much brass I gotta pick up afterwards. Everybody else is like, all right, anybody else? You know, everyone qualifies or does their fam fire and they're done. Dude, I'd sign up for more and more belts, dude. I love the 240. So I know Francois knows, especially if he has those records. What a lot of people may not know, 240 it isn't just like a you know, oh, it's so easy to do da 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 da. No, a 240 it's a thinking man's system. There's a lot of gunner theory that goes into proper utilization of machine gun. When you start talking about cone of fire, the beaten zone, plunging fire, grazing fire, enfilade, defilade. When you really start going into all this kind of stuff and how, and like working the flanks and building firing cards, when you really start getting into how these things are supposed to be utilized, what makes a very effective machine gunner, it's a lot, man. And it's fun. Proper rate of fire and things of that nature, how to use all that, man, it's great. See, I was the opposite, Prince. Well, I was even up until, well, once you hit NCO, you don't get to be what you want to be anymore. But up until then, like all the way through E4, I was just a sarcastic guy. Like I was like, I'm just here for the dental, you know, like all these other like hilarious slogans. I always preferred the sardonic and sarcastic approach. At the range, I was like yelling, "Take that, Cobra!" That was always my favorite line. Alright, there's that none done. All I got's the sitting girl. All I gotta do is paint her whites. You know, I don't think I ever shot 240 at paper targets. We don't. So dumb. You don't technically. I guess you do qualify on a 240 in the Air Force. It's more of a fan fire. You just have to. I think it's like you have to hit like 10 out of 15 pop-up targets, I think, or something like that. It's something. It's more of a familiarization fire. But if you can hit. You know, everyone knows on the rifle range, Fast Freddy is your bugaboo. If you can hit Fast Freddy, you're doing all right, and that's your closest target. He pops it real fast. But on the 240 range, if you can hit that group that pops up way the hell out there, man, that's a good time. So I was able to hit it and had to re-enlist to get my 5. Nice. I was happy because I got the furthest out pop-up target with my second burst. I swear I nicked it with my first burst, but it didn't go down, so I cut it down with the second burst. So everybody has their own thing. Me, I always preferred 3 to 6, 3 to 6, and then I like to hammer down in between with a 6 to 9. So I always did peanut butter jelly, then peanut butter jelly with a baseball bat. That's what I'd say in my head to keep my cadence, for my burst discipline. Yeah. Everybody has their own little cadence they say in their head. That was always mine, peanut butter jelly. Alright, let's get this none done. You know what? That's probably why I take such a shine to the heavy bolter and the Warhammer 40k universe. Being such a fan, like I said, because when you're right-handed but left-eye dominant, not a lot of weapon systems are fun to shoot. But 240 is because all the brass and links get kicked out the bottom. Oh, yeah, dude. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I've never seen that, but that makes sense. No, for us, we go to an army's pop-up range, and we have to hit. So you only get so many rounds, and you have to hit so many targets, area. I'd say area-sized targets. They pop up like 2 or 3 person teams. Yeah, they're not silhouettes. It's like a little 2 to 3 person team silhouette. The easiest qualification firing we had was our 870s, our shotguns. Those are just stupid easy. I'm talking this thing's like 10 meters away and you get like 8 shells. And I think you had to have like, I forget how many holes you had to have on the target, but it's, I mean, it can be easy unless you're crawling out there with a knife and poking them yourself. As long as you can handle the recoil of a 12 gauge, which most adults can, it was a super easy qualification. The only people I saw who didn't qual was one admin troop. She couldn't handle the recoil, and 2 guys got kicked off the range for unsafe use because they couldn't load the shotgun without flagging somebody, so they got kicked off. So that's the only time I've seen anybody fail the 870 qual. If you ever been like a range safety officer when like general population is shooting, like not, so there's some career fields and some MOSs that carry weapons every day or specialize in carrying weapons and some don't. There's nothing, no shade cast either way. You know, we always have to give each other ribbings, but no shade either way. Some people have a really specialized job where they don't carry a weapon, but they're still crucial to the overall military mission. Anyways, when those people go to do their yearly qual, it is absolutely hysterical and terrifying. I'll never forget, I watched a, I think he was a civil engineer. So I watched a civil engineering officer at a range. This is a shitty little NATO outdoor range. We're doing M9 qual, so 9mm pistol, right? So this guy's out there shooting, and he's pretty decent. He looks like he's gonna pass his qual, no big deal, right? And I'll never forget this. It's hot and it's sweating. So his BCGs basically are sliding down his nose, right? Because they're made out of that like plastic, and it's a lot of sweat. You have to use your imagination. This guy turned and looked at me, and I pointed at him like, "Hey, your glasses are slipping." You know, because you have to have iPro too, right? And those count as iPro. This guy, without missing a beat, turned forward, took his M9, used the front blade sight to push the bridge of the nose of the glasses back up to the bridge of his nose, and then aimed and kept firing. But he did it quickly. I swear to God, I almost shit myself when he did it, because all I saw was him giving himself a point-blank prescription of 9mm Motrin, and my ass losing every stripe I fucking had and going to like Leavenworth or Mannheim. Like, I literally came this close to watching an officer turn his head into a canoe. I turned to look at the tower, and the tower's like, "Don't say a fucking word." I was like, okay. Yeah, I've seen some crazy stuff when general population shoots. Yeah, I never got to qual on a 19 or a 50. For us, those are crew served weapons, crew served heavy weapons for us. So only certain positions get to go qual for those. So I never got to shoot any of those, sadly. I would have loved to. I was certified on an AT4 M136, whatever you want to call it. I was AT4 certified. That was fun. So for us to get AT4 certified or M67 certified was kind of huge, because that's not very, and M18 Alpha Claymore. So to get Claymore, hand grenade, and AT4 certified, that was unique for our career field, so that was really cool. Ooh, damn, fancy. Yeah, but you wore that with pride. Me, I avoided wearing that damn uniform. I avoided wearing my dress uniform any chance I got. Any chance I could get to not wear it, you know, I would sign up for extra duty. You know, I'd sign up for extra patrols, or I'd sign up to go work flight to let someone else have the day off to go to a function. I avoided every formal function like a fucking plague. My goal was just stay off the radar. I'm happy in a uniform. I just did not like wearing dress uniforms. Not like I could hear it, like, not in like a negative way. It's just that's any function like that. There was leadership, there was people, and it's just yeah. I was just there to work. All right. Well, it was fun going down memory lane with you, Francois. It's funny we have some similar memories, separate jobs, but similar memories. It's actually kind of cool. All right, we have our 3 spies done. These are our nuns. They still need to be based. But we do have our 3 nuns that will be acting as our spies for our learning demo games. So I think once I paint the bases, they'll really pop because the bases are kind of pulling away from the white. But I kind of like them. I think they turned out all right. We also got three fences built while we're waiting for these the primer on these nuns to dry. We're also able to get 3 fences, so that's kind of cool. So yeah, that was today's tutorial early on in the early on in the stream. We learned how to build these. So just take some spare bases you have, or if you're out of those, you can use anything, MDF wood, or even like bottle caps. You know, if you're not saving up for Fallout, and then you get a wooden coffee stir. I bought it in a big old pack for, I think, like $5. You know, that's how long they kind of are. So it's a wooden coffee stir, like nothing fancy, right? So what you do is the hardest part is sizing the fence to match whatever models you're using. Like I said, if you're playing a game, like I said, they probably won't work with 40k because the Space Marine will just run right through a fence like that, you know? Maybe on like an agriculture world or something like that. But size your short piece like this based off your actual models. The first fence I built was way too tall, so I had to actually use the template to make one an appropriate size. Once you have that, put a T on it because that's going to serve as your template. And then figure out what spacing you want between your fence. Same thing, you should have that make it look somewhat realistic to the tabletop and in scale. And then you just, you know, cut one and then you use that as your template. That's your horizontal piece template. So once you have a vertical template, your horizontal template, you literally just start grabbing coffee stirrers and start clipping them to the same size as the templates. Never use your templates, they're only there to be templates. But then, yeah, just using these coffee stirrers, you can start building a whole bunch of fencing for your tabletop. Damn, dude, yeah, that sounds awesome. Now it's lucky. I said in my career I had a bunch of cool opportunities. I just kept ending up in the right place at an interesting time. You know, so I got lucky in my career. I did some cool shit, at least for Air Force, anyways. All right, so we finished painting up some of our craters, so I could finally get those finished to add to my train. We built a couple fences, and we worked on our 3 spies, our nuns. Pretty good stream. I started super early, which is kind of weird, because I got the time zones mixed up, because I work in a different time zone than where I live in. And I decided just to get busy. You know, we got these nuns fully done, which is super cool. All I gotta do is base them. And we actually got some terrain built, so I'm super happy with how the stream went today. It's fun. We had some great chat. I chatted with Weird War earlier. That was awesome. And Evolution Games. Evolution Games is going to go play at 40k. He's starting a Crusade match, which is really cool. And he was telling me about, if you scroll up in the chat, he's talking about his recon team that he's taking. it sounds honestly like a good fluffy recon team. It's 2 squads of Casterkins, 2 Chimeras. 1 Chimera has a tank commander, 1 has a commissar, and 2 scout sentinels. Like, that sounds like a legit fluffy recon unit. That is really cool. So I'm excited for him. Talking Weird War, we just talked about, you know, again, Weird War, World War II, like kind of what we like, what we don't like, what we're seeing. And then, you know, luckily Nathan hopped in the chat. We talked for about Space Marine 2. One comment about wearing helmets led me and Francois to go down memory lane, which is always fun for 2 veterans, you know, chatting about backgrounds and histories and stuff like that. And then next thing you know, 6 hours have passed. So hopefully it will still chill. I had fun. Hopefully you guys did too. We got a lot done. Coming up for the next week, like I said, I actually finally have a day off, which is Tuesday, even though it's going to be a busy day for a lot of people. All my stuff's done. So I will either be running demo games, or I'll actually be working on building my tabletop here in my garage and filming a lot. But hopefully I should get a lot of stuff done for the channel, which is definitely what I'm hoping for. So that's what I'm looking forward to. Tuesday's going to be great. It's going to be so nice to have a day off and to actually get some video stuff done. I have my lore video. I'm just finishing it up right now. All it is just editing. I did finish one thing I've already talked about in the stream. I don't like talking about more than once, but I definitely put it out there. If you guys want to check that out too, I'll put the links in all the videos. Definitely working on the background music as well, which is pretty neat. Got a lot of different irons in the fire, and I'm excited to start I think definitely Tuesday, regardless if I do demo games or not, I think I'm going to do the full unboxing video, at least the footage for it, so that way all the rest of it is just editing and voiceover work. So that should be pretty cool. But other than that, man, I hope you guys, if you guys are headed off to bed, I hope you sleep well, you know, depending on where you are. If you guys are waking up and starting your day or going to work, I hope it's a great day. The sun's already out where I'm at, so, you know, the day's already begun. Hope you guys have a great day, because you definitely deserved it. And no matter what you guys do, man, I hope you guys stay safe, stay hydrated, and ultimately, don't forget to relax today, because you're on Tiki time.
Smiles, no war drums, just beach for miles. Ghost park by Tiki lights, shadows dance in tropic nights. Sand beneath where boots once stood, paradise ain't so misunderstood. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moons. Forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands. Bunkers built from palm and hope, coconuts and crude soap. Imperial dreams fade in sun, warriors turn beach bums. Shine through ocean gods we raise, praying for forgotten days. Sake in the campfire glow, life's a surfboard ebb and flow. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moons. Forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands. And hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moons. Forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands.